Hey Raptor, how's it going? More politics? I don't know. Let's just hang out. Let's not try to make it political unless you want to talk about politics. But if you don't, I understand. I've been talking about politics. Like, it's probably gonna end up going there. Let's just face it. Let's just face it. I actually did want to watch some stuff, but I can wait. It can wait.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. I want to try something a little different today because people are always saying to me, Fringe, I'm so sick and tired of seeing all these videos saying that an election is coming. I've said it before. Many have said it before. We've all seen "it's over" all over thumbnails on YouTube. Well, today we're going to talk about something different. If you looked at the title of this video, there isn't going to be an election. We're not going to see an election, and I'm going to tell you why we're not going to see an election. If you've watched certain things that have happened in the last couple of weeks, especially in the United States, as Donald Trump won the presidency of the 47th president of the United States, a lot of things happened very quickly. We've seen Hamas talking about ending their war. We've talked about, they've also said that Israel has said, oh, we got to end our war right away. We've seen Putin saying that he's willing to talk about ending things in Ukraine. We've seen a lot of things change. We've seen a lot of countries suddenly wake up and realize that daddy's home and things are going to start to change. Why? Because, well, Donald Trump has influence. And when he says he's going to do something, he usually does it. The thing with the United States is that they've always been a powerhouse when it comes to the negotiations table, especially when it comes to the one thing Donald Trump is going to be negotiating with, and that is tariffs. Now, as things rapidly change, we know that in Canada, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. The Liberals are already starting to talk about it. You've seen them talking about secret ballot votes. We've seen them talking about non-confidence votes. We've seen the Bloc saying that they're going to find a way to topple this government and that Pierre is going to find a way to topple this government. Well,
Hi, Woodfast.
I've been very
thank you so
openly
much.
skeptical to say that, hey, maybe we see some of these people cross the floor. Maybe
I
we
kinda
see
just
some
started
of these MPs that are talking
far, so
about
good.
texting
Actually,
information from
I'm
the
having a
bathrooms
little
going against
technical
Justin Trudeau and
difficulties,
saying,
but
hey, it's
I
time
think
to
it's
go
over
get
now.
out. They want somebody who's reasonable to replace
He
Justin
made
Trudeau
his basement
so that when
into an
Donald Trump
arcade
comes in as
during
president, we can get some
COVID
things done
because
around
he
here
has
and try to
kids and,
secure,
like, they couldn't
well,
go
their
anywhere.
hope is to secure the Liberal Party. No matter what they do, it's not going to happen. We've seen Pierre's numbers.
I'm
whether
more
you like Pierre or hate
pro-Trump
Pierre,
than Kamala.
we can all agree, I think, that Pierre Poilievre is going to be the next Prime Minister
Team
of Canada.
Dinos.
However, many people have asked
What
me,
about
when do you
you?
think we're going to see an election? Now, I've been very hopeful that we're going to see an election called probably somewhere in the new year to March, would be my prediction, but I'm changing that today. I think it's going to go all the way until the end of 2025. I think that we're going to see Trudeau run his time out and that he will not leave office, despite everyone scrambling to look at what's going to happen when Donald Trump takes his presidency, when our economy is flipped on its head. I'm going to tell you why we're not going to see that election. It's very simple.
Jagmeet Singh wants his pension.
Sellout Singh. This man is holding the country hostage. I've heard rumored reports.
You're not pro-Trump, but you're not thrilled about either choice.
Lose his position to represent Alberta as its next premier, that he's going to run as a federalist to replace Jagmeet Singh.
Extremely pro-Trump.
I'm not sure if that's true or not. Again, we'll keep our eyes on that. But as Canada Post went on strike this Friday,
you can blame Justin Trudeau for
holding the country hostage just before the Christmas season. Jagmeet Singh rushed in and said, hey, guys, I know all about holding people hostage. I've held Canada hostage for a very long time. I'm going to come here and simp for you guys and make some threats. Now, I want to show the full tweet here from government.exe and explain why this isn't going to happen, why we're not going to see an election. Because Jagmeet Singh comes out, and after hearing that the 55,000 postal workers are going on strike, Jagmeet Singh wants to send Justin Trudeau his 27,000th very clear message. If they get involved in any way, the NDP will vote non-confidence. Jagmeet Singh is a parody politician. He's more than that. He's a sellout. We've seen how he just supposedly tore up the deal between him and Justin Trudeau, and then as soon as his by-election in Winnipeg was over, the deal was back on. He's just there right away simping for JT as always, because Jagmeet Singh loves Captain Tampon. He wants his pension, his golden parachute.
So how do we not get an election? Okay, let me see if I even understand. The last time there was an election was in 2020. And was it in 2020? I think it was in 2020. If not 2021, but I'm pretty sure it was 2020. This guy Trudeau, he's already our prime minister, so he was already prime minister for 4 years. Basically, he wouldn't have won if he didn't team up with this guy. who was like, they're like number 3 when it comes to government parties, like in popularity, I guess. They're number 3. They're called the NDP, the New Democratic Party, I think. So they teamed up and basically were able, like, they called it a coalition, NDP Liberal Coalition, and basically, so we basically don't have a democracy because majority of the people voted for the Conservative Party, and then just because these two team up, they get to, like, I don't know. So that happened. So basically, he forced himself to stay prime minister. This guy is gonna get a pension, but like he could call an election. He could call an election, lose that election, and lose his pension, basically. So he's holding Canada hostage so that he can get his pension. Somehow you can call an election if like there's enough reason to, like, because this guy's so corrupt. So if there's enough reason, I guess, to. So I don't know. It's a freaking mess, and I don't even know why. Like, we have to wait until next year. Like, I don't freaking get it. It's just, we're so sick of it, and this is why Canadians were like pro-Trump, because this is gonna happen to you guys if you stayed with the Democratic Party. It's like, I'm
Just
telling
listen to
you.
the threats
Okay, so
that
you
he
guys
gives
are
latest speech.
I wouldn't say you're in good hands, but you're in better hands, in my opinion.
To stand in solidarity with these workers, we've got a clear message.
And what
we
the
want
hell?
these workers to be able to negotiate a fair
Hi,
deal.
Stacy. How are you?
Workers have the right to strike.
That's right.
So our message to the Liberals is stay out of it.
That's right.
He so full of it.
Don't interfere. Don't force binding arbitration, and certainly do not bring in back to work legislation. The workers are demanding fair wages and safe work conditions.
You don't care about any of that shit. Shut up, you idiot. You just care about your pension, your Rolex.
I want to say something very clearly.
Oh, shut up.
Justin Trudeau and the Liberals think they can bring in any back-to-work legislation.
You're partnered with him. Why do you act like you're against him? Like you're gonna, like you're gonna do anything worthwhile. Shut up.
Vote. You Democrats will be voting against it. These workers deserve to strike.
Is he done?
One, the rest of you don't believe a word of the shit that he's shoveling. Of course, Jagmeet Singh is there for his own optics. He's there for his own publicity, to pretend that he actually cares about workers in Canada. He cares about himself,
good.
just like every other politician that's currently employed in the House of Commons.
Sorry, I just need to...
He's made it very clear that that's what he's there for. Now, the funny thing about this, and again, this is where I wanted to point it out, that I don't believe there will be an election, because this man holds the keys right now. He's got all the power in the country, even though he technically holds the power yet has none when it comes to negotiating at the table. Jagmeet Singh will not, despite his threats, and mark this video down, because I guarantee you the Liberals are going to have no choice, if they want to save the egg on their face, than to bring in back-to-work legislation. It makes me question a few things while Parliament's frozen. I'm not sure how they can bring that in while things are frozen. Again, this week is going to be very interesting in the House of Commons, but they're going to have to do something in order to stop Canada Post from holding the country hostage before the holidays, or their numbers are going to continue to tank. It's going to prove why the Liberals need to go in the next election. But when that legislation comes through, you're going to see the Bloc, you're going to see the Conservatives all going to Jagmeet saying, well, you said you were going to vote non-confidence, and he'll say, oh, yeah, I said that, but no, I'm really not going to. I don't think it's within the best interest. You're going to hear all the excuses in the world. So while Jagmeet puffs out his chest here and demands that he wants fair compensation for workers, he should be asking for fair compensation for the millions of Canadians who are suffering because we continue to bring people unvetted over our border every month. that are rising our crime, rising our cost of living, taking jobs away from even the younger generation that want to work for a living, making it impossible for people to get ahead. Wages have not met the cost of living for quite some time. In fact, probably since around the time Justin Trudeau took office. So if Jagmeet Singh really cared about fair wages, well, he'd be talking about everybody, not just the people that are on strike. But I can guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, this is why an election will not
my
happen
bad.
until at least October of 2025. I am a
I
firm
didn't say
believer of
anything,
that at this
really.
point, because we've seen
Wait.
Singh sell out one too many times, and I sincerely hope this is one of the times I am wrong, that either he backs up his words or something else happens to cause an election. I hate delivering the bad news, ladies and gentlemen, but we might as well just look forward to the fact that it's less than a year, no matter what, until Justin Trudeau is gone. But do I think there's going to be an early election? As long as this sellout is in power and as long as he holds the keys to whether or not the country gets its lives back, I can guarantee you we are not going to the polls anytime soon. The question of the day, ladies and gentlemen, answer it down below, is do you think I'm right? Do you think that we're going to be waiting for an election to loom on its deadline, or do you think it's going to get called early? Do you think Jagmeet will back up his words? Let me know what you think down below in the comments. If it's your first time here, I hope this video's earned your subscription. Make sure as you're hitting that button, you click the bell for notifications.
He's gonna do the
Join
right
me
thing.
live here on the channel each and every Friday night for Friday Night Fringe, our live streaming show, where I'm joined by my beautiful wife, the lovely Mrs. Fringe, and we go over everything that's happened this week in politics, everything coming up in the week ahead, some really fun banter, and some interesting stories that sometimes don't make the cutting room floor when it comes to the videos we put out on YouTube. We also take Q&A from you guys in the chat, and it's great to hear what you guys have to say.
So this is... in case you guys want to follow the guy. But I don't think any of you are Canadian. What's this? What's this?
To get a black female president for 2 months, right? Could Joe Biden drop out and make Kamala president?
Why are they so desperate?
What would be the problem with that? What would happen? Somebody tell me. Because America is over. I think we all understand that.
No, it was gonna be over. Now
could Joe Biden drop out? And for just 2 sweet months, we have Kamala Harris as our
Hey, Anthony,
president.
how are you?
What do you think? Tell me. Experts. You know, because like I'm going to primary sources because this is definitely something I don't know about. Pros, cons, thoughts. You think they're going to do it? What else are they going to do? I got a little bit of time. I made a video in July when I was like, listen, I hope Joe, after the court decision, the Supreme Court decision, I said, I hope Joe Biden used that, basically immunity clause thingy to try to save the country, even if it meant kind of violating the Constitution, because, the president is given that absolute immunity. Tell me, can Kamala be president for 2 months?
I used to think that
It's your
the
birthday.
right
Happy birthday,
absolutely
Anthony.
hated Joe Biden.
That's so fun.
And
Did you have a nice dinner?
That the left kind of valued him and respected him. But over the last few months, ever since they forced Joe Biden out of the election, I have come to the realization that I had it wrong all along. In fact, I've seen people on the right show Joe Biden more grace than people on the left, at least recently. I mean, once he dropped out of the race and Kamala Harris stepped up, a lot of people started taking it easier on Joe Biden on the right. But the left immediately started ripping him
That's
apart.
like the octopus balls,
and
right?
they still are
If
to
I'm not
this
mistaken.
day. As you heard, they still want Joe Biden to step down and make Kamala Harris president. They're done with Joe Biden. They don't care about Joe Biden anymore. But these same people pretended like he was the best president of all time. They were just saying that 6, 7, 8 months ago. And I think our main takeaway from this should be that the left really hates and despises everything and everyone, but they will fake
The
enthusiasm.
far
they
left.
will show
The
fake
far
love
left.
in order to get their way, so they can spread their sick ideologies.
Steakhouse.
Now we know all of the hype
That's cool. Yes, yes,
for
yes.
Joe Biden, all of the love
I
they
think
showed
I've only
Joe
done that like in
Biden,
Jamaica.
all of the, oh, he's doing so great. We know that was all fake and phony. None of them ever believed it. None of them ever liked Joe Biden. None of them ever cared. Most of them don't even care about
But it was
politics
probably the
or
worst president ever.
policies.
Somehow
They
Harris
just want
would
to
have been
spread
far
their
worse.
sick ideologies. So we need to take note of this.
Who knows, guys?
Because we've also seen that same fake enthusiasm thrown behind Kamala.
Trump
and folks.
openly disses Joe. The
In a
recent
couple
White
of
House
months,
meeting
you won't
smiles
even
me
hear
nothing.
Kamala's
Just
name
formality. Even today, Trump
I
railed
can
on him in many
guarantee
ways.
you right
Yeah,
now
but that's
that in
just like that's just part
2028,
of the
Kamala Harris
political
will not be the Democratic
theater.
nominee. All of these people who love Kamala
That,
right now
like-
are pretending to love Kamala, you know, for the
I don't
past
know.
couple of months. They're going to be gone. They're not going to care anymore.
I think,
they
like,
will throw her to the
they don't
wolves
have to
just
like each other,
they
but
have
in
thrown
person,
Joe Biden.
You should be civil,
But
you know.
even after Kamala Harris
You don't have to like each
stepped
other,
up
but-
and got her ass whooped, ass handed to her. In
I
this
would
election,
smile to
they
somebody I
still-
talk shit about. If I met
they
them in
still-
person,
that's
I would
not
I
enough
would
for them.
smile and be
They
nice.
still want to humiliate.
But like, if
Joe
my job
Biden
is to talk shit
even
about
more.
them,
They
then
still
sorry.
want to throw him under the bus
It's just
even
business.
more. And they don't
Thank you,
care
Anthony. Thank
if
you
it's
so
only
much.
a month or two before Donald Trump is the president. They want to throw Kamala
It's
Harris in
because
there
he's
somehow.
unfit for
Just
office.
tarnish
Literally, he's
Biden's
wearing well.
legacy even further.
Yeah, I
Because
mean
there's
that's
no loyalty or anything
a given.
amongst
That's
these
another.
people. But let's
One
go
of
ahead and
the-
roll
one of
another
the
clip
reasons.
of one of these weirdos calling for something like
He
this
see-
to
he
happen,
says-
and then I'll be right back. with you.
He
So
says,
hear me out, y'all.
sorry. He said, I think he did a speech where he's like, Kamala with the laugh, ha 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 ha. Is there something wrong with her too? I don't know if that's what he said or if it was cut to sound like that, but I just thought that was funny. Implying that there's something wrong with Joe, is there something wrong with her too? You know what I mean? But that's just politics.
So what if?
They call Trump Hitler and a dictator. I think it's okay if Trump, says that, the guy is not there, whatever he said.
I've been thinking about this. I think about this stuff
So.
all the time. I'm crazy. So what if Joe steps down?
And like one of them is more dangerous when you say that someone's going to be a dictator and Hitler, because people might try something like, I don't know, attempting to assassinate or something. You would totally buy me a taco and a beer only because you're from LA? I would totally
Now,
eat said
next
taco
Kamala.
and beer.
47. And then
What?
Kamala uses that power that the Supreme Court gave her, that almighty presidential power, free to do whatever the hell you want to do. She should go in there with the military and get Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jim Jordan, Ted Cruz, Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz. I'm sure there's a lot, Mike Johnson. I'm sure there's plenty of more, J.D. Vance, and have them picked up and arrested for treason.
Could you imagine?
What? Come on, y'all. I could do this.
Please say this person is joking. This woman?
Wait.
You're in positive
So let me
vibes
get
tonight?
this right.
Hold, let me grab
These
your
same
brain really quick.
weirdos
How
that
was your
say
night?
that Trump is a
Pretty
dictator,
good.
and that
I
Trump's-
had dinner with my family, and my brother has a guest over from Texas. Shout out to Texas. So, yeah, it was pretty chill.
going to throw his
And
political
now we're gonna stream. Well, now I'm
adversaries
streaming.
in jail, and he's going to do this, and I mean, he's going to use just the force of the law to crack down on everyone, this big bad monster. The same people that are accusing Trump of doing stuff like that, even though we know that he's not going to do it, they're calling for Kamala Harris to take over as president, just throw Joe Biden out the way, just take over like a violent dictator, right? And
like the
the
dictator she said Trump was gonna be.
Adversaries in jail for basically no reason. The same
Guess
people
this
that
from
say,
Texas.
"Oh, Trump's the dictator. He's the bad guys from World War II. You gotta be careful. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that."
He's doing
They're
dance.
right here calling for Kamala Harris
like,
to do all of
I don't
the
know.
evil things they claim
This is Trudeau's fault, okay?
Trump is going to do. So this shows you in reality they're not scared about Donald Trump doing any of those things. They're not against a politician doing those things. They want their politicians to be a dictator. You know what I mean? Like, they want their politicians to be everything they accuse Donald Trump of being. You see what I'm saying here? Like, they want a figure to rise.
They want to fight fire with fire,
but
they think there's a fire where there's like maybe, I don't know, maybe like there's, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's like they're trying to prevent something from happening by becoming the thing that they think is going to happen that's not actually happening.
Where is Donald Trump? And they want them to be like a leftist evil
But this
version
is
of
like, this is only a minority of people that are saying stuff like this.
Trump that will do all of the things that they accuse Trump of doing.
No, it's not. It's not, Daniel. That would be really freaky.
And
why
it's
is
just
that?
Like the more and more I see these crazy videos of these
The main
people,
event guy there
I
won and did a
realize
Trump
that,
dance too.
This
Nice.
is some type of fantasy that they have. They want a dictatorship in America. They want this crazy government overreach. They want to be controlled. They want to see the chaos. I mean, there's no other way to put it, because you can't claim to be against these things and then call for these things to happen, but just the other way around. You know what I mean? You can't sit here and say,
I usually really like Vashi Kapellos from CTV News, but I don't know if I do anymore.
But it also contributes, to the emissions, the overall emissions. It's 30%.
Maybe this was just a slip. Maybe this was just a stupid question. I don't know. But either way, Danielle Smith absolutely destroys her with nothing else but common sense and facts. I'm Jasmine Lane, and welcome back to another episode of Over Opinionated. And I guarantee not only will you learn a lot, there's a lot of things that are going to be debunked here. So maybe you can pass that on.
Oh, her brother's
to
name was
some of your
Daniel.
left-leaning friends or family members. Help me feel important and subscribe to the channel. You can also like the video and comment your thoughts down below.
Yo, Trump 11111, how's it going? Thank you for the
Calling on the federal
follow.
government to consider delaying its emissions cap.
Recon Vega, how are you? Thank you
The
so
imminent
much. You're so
return of
sweet.
Donald Trump
I'm
to
assuming.
the White House. He says Ottawa should be focused
I don't know
on
what you're saying,
policies that
Matthew.
better
Never
align
mind.
Canada
Forget I
with
said
the
anything.
incoming administration. His comments were welcomed by Alberta Premier Danielle Smith, who has long been a vocal critic of Ottawa's plans to regulate the sector. But when I put Morneau's comments this week to Energy Minister Jonathan Wilkinson, he rejected the idea of a delay outright. With me now to talk more about this is Alberta's Premier Danielle Smith. Hi, Premier. Good to see you as always. Thanks for making the time.
You bet. Thanks, Vashi.
I wanted to start off on that cap because you have been opposed to it from the start. The federal government says bending on it now would throw their climate plan into jeopardy, even when the new administration says
Climate plan. What climate plan? Taking our money and going on private jet vacations?
Don't they have a point there?
No, they don't, because their climate plan is already in jeopardy. In fact, the Auditor General released a report saying that Canada is nowhere near on track to meet their 2030 targets and that the carbon tax doesn't work. They also confirmed that you do not get more money than you pay back into carbon tax when you factor in everything else and not just the cherry-picked data when it comes to costs and the rising costs of everything, because so many businesses are offsetting their carbon tax costs and putting it onto consumers. In fact, the only people who do benefit in terms of carbon tax are people who are already living on or very close to the poverty line. So I don't know that that's really a huge talking point you want to brag about, Trudeau, but nonetheless, he does.
No, they don't. I mean, not bending on some of the direction they've taken, and will jeopardize our relationship with the United States, which is the largest trading relationship that we have, not only Alberta, but all of our provincial counterparts. We know one of the things that the new White House wants is energy security. We have the ability to offer that. And if you put on the table an emissions cap, which we know will cause a cap in production, you're not going to be able to negotiate in a way that's going to be best for Canada. So if they want to have a Team Canada approach, it means the emissions cap has to be off the table.
On top of that, Stephen Guilbeault released earlier this week that they are planning to extend the carbon tax, the same one that was proven to be ineffective and also acknowledged to be ineffective by the UN, as Canada at that last UN climate summit, COP29, was actually dead last on the list of countries that are actually doing anything to stop their emissions. But nonetheless, Stephen Guilbeault wants to make more money for his businesses, and why wouldn't he? He's on his way out the door and clearly does not care about Canadians or have any loyalty to anybody but himself. And the feds announced that they are now going to be including a carbon tax on all imports from countries that do not have one, which is basically every country. So yeah, that's gonna really help our economy, idiot.
How do you know for certain that it would amount to a production cap? You've been critical of the impact of climate policies levied so far by the federal government, and yet this year there are record exports to the United States of oil and gas, and there are oil specifically, I should say, and there is also a record level of production of that. So how do you know for sure that what the federal government is proposing, which by the way is even on the low end of what they had floated a number of months ago, is necessarily going to be a production cap?
I usually like Veshy. I do. I think she's intelligent. She's very articulate. I'm still not 100% sure what side she's on. She seems to be rather center, perhaps slightly right-leaning. But this question right here is dumb. I'm sorry to say that because I do have a lot of respect for her. But how do you know for certain that this emissions cap is going to be a productions cap? Well, possibly the simple fact that in order to produce things, we do not yet have the technology to have zero emissions when we do it. So if you have an emissions cap at this point in time, that means that you're gonna have to cease production.
Well, it's because you have to wait for the technology to develop. And one of the ways in which our industry is going to decarbonize is by rolling out small modular reactors. We know that the time frame for developing the regulatory environment and getting those implemented is no sooner than 2035. So if you set targets for 2030, and 2035, the only way to reach them, if you don't have the technology on emissions reduction, is to shut in production. It's really just simple math. What we have always been advocating for is give industry the time frame that they need, which they say is 2050, so that we have time to develop the technology, implement the technology, develop out carbon capture, utilization, and storage, build that pipeline infrastructure, bring in new types of power sources. You can't do that with a snap of a fingers. You certainly can't do that within the short time frame that they've talked about. And so the only option is a production cap, and we'll be fighting that every step of the way.
To that point, there is some flexibility, some compliance flexibility built into the plan. And beyond that, again, when you talk about all the technological development, you're taking industry's word for how long it's going to take. Ultimately, if they don't develop the technology, then the alternative for them is to cut production, but isn't that on them?
Well, I would say that we have to work on a timescale that operates in the real world. We know that carbon capture, utilization, and storage does work. We've already safely stored 14 megatons of CO2 emissions, but we also know that it takes a long time with permitting and approval, with Indigenous consultation, with landowner consultation, and the timescales for getting things built. That can't be done in 5 years. Everyone knows that.
That's another really important thing to note too, is the Trudeau government always puts these deadlines and they have all these plans and they force you to comply with things, but in those same plans, they also fail to acknowledge the fact that the regulation and bureaucracy that they have put in as a government makes it impossible to reach the targets that they set out. And so then when you don't meet a certain target, regardless of what it's particularly about, they will shame you and they will call you out and they'll use it as oh, well, you didn't do this. And it's like, yeah, you knew that was impossible. You literally set us up for failure and then chastised us for failing. Like you are a high school bully. You knew that wasn't going to happen. You knew it wasn't possible. And you're not being reasonable in terms of coming to a solution that does make sense and is possible why are you doing this to us? Like, that is such a cruel way to treat people and to try to grandstand. You want them to fail, and you know that they're going to fail, but you think that you look good to stupid people who don't read in between the lines and see what you're doing there.
And so
I hate people who don't read in between the lines. No, I'm not going to say I hate people who don't read in between the lines, but they anger me.
I think that the reason why the federal government has put forward such aggressive targets is because they want to sell it to the public as an emissions cap, knowing full well it is a production cap and it's a violation of the Constitution, and that's why we will continue to fight against it.
Is there a chance, though, that they are actually trying to ensure that those companies that you reference, that industry that you reference, actually does more than pay lip service to?
At the end of the day, like, I think we need to pressure the countries that create the most CO2, like, pressure, help, whatever we can do. I don't know, because, like, yeah, these carbon taxes don't do anything.
The oil patch is a huge economic boom.
All right, I'm kind of over this story, though, to be honest. I want to see what happened here.
One man is in custody in connection with the death of a woman in Oshawa, Ontario. CB24's Melissa Duggan joins us from the scene. Melissa.
What we can tell you is that police are treating this as a suspected case of deadly intimate partner violence.
No one denies climate, but I think people are what's happening is, like, people are getting annoyed that our elected officials are using climate change as a way to get rich and not actually trying to fix climate change. So-called scientists believe the BS. They do something about China. Oh yeah. Let them skate for a decade. Recreating new and innovating infrastructure is the way.
Woman is dead, police saying, and they were called to the scene here overnight. This is where they found a woman with visible injuries. She was treated at the scene, rushed to a Toronto trauma center, and that's where she was pronounced dead. Her husband has been arrested in this case. Here are more details we're hearing from police.
Officers arrived on scene and located a 48-year-old female suffering from obvious signs of trauma. Officers, as well as paramedic, performed life-saving measures, and she was transported to a Toronto area trauma center via emergency 1, and she has since been pronounced deceased. Her husband, a 41-year-old male, is in police custody and is facing a charge of first-degree murder.
That's how they call it. Is that what they said?
As well as an elderly female were on scene at the time. However, all of them are uninjured.
The title says husband, so I don't know. Or wait, hold on. Weird.
Talking to a lot of residents in this area,
Task Force, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello, how's it going? Trying to do that in transparent age of information, and they are having a hard time doing it. Oil industry isn't a monopoly. You want to do a thing? What is the thing you want to do?
Draw neighbors here saying they've seen these kids playing in the neighborhood. Some of them have spoken to the man who lived here.
No naughty things.
A lot of them saying that they didn't know the woman very well. They have lived here for some time. We also see a for sale sign outside of this home. One neighbor we were talking to said that around 12:45 overnight, just before 1 a.m., he saw that massive police presence here, those flashing lights, ambulances on the scene. I want to share more of what he says he saw.
Task Force!
They saw the...
Task Force, thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the gift subs. Oh my goodness. Task Force is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Hunniebee's community. Thank you so much. Wow. Very naughty. You scared me. I thought you were gonna be like a mean troll or something. Oh my goodness. But thank you so much. Thank you. Maybe not in your country, but her in the US, we bow down to big oil. And in my country, we don't export our own oil or even collect our own oil, I don't think. Aww. Sithis, welcome and enjoy your gift sub. Congratulations. Spiky J, congratulations on your gift sub. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Spike, for the follow. I really appreciate it. Vice, congrats on your gift sub. One Round, congrats on your gift sub. And Bueno, parabéns. I can't remember. Bueno, I'm gonna assume you speak Spanish. Parabéns on your gifts. You're not approved, just rich, lol. Well, you know you made it. You know you made it sound questionable at first. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Vice, how are you? You live in the USA. It's not a monopoly. There are many, many businesses involved. I mean, I feel like we could do more, and we are not doing more. But like, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know too much about the whole oil side of things. I don't know. I don't know. You don't have to do anything, Task Force. Scythius, how are you? Great. What industry do you work in and where do you get your information? You're from Nevada. Bueno, you are a smart lady. So nice to see you again. Hunniebee Vice. Thank you so much. It's so nice to see you too. You masquerade as a hot lady, but you are smart. Hot ladies can be smart. But no, I do masquerade. I do masquerade as a hot lady. Because I don't usually look like this. That's why you're here. Ah, is that why you're here? What you do has nothing to do with this. What you do has nothing to do with this, and you get your info from the dictionary. By definition, it's not a monopoly, since there are many companies, drilling, selling, etc. Task Force! Ooh, we reached the cosplay goal! Yay! That means I'm gonna cosplay next stream. On Tuesday. Thank you so much, Task Force! You don't have to do that. You interrupted. How dare you? You're doing good, Cythius. That's good to hear. You like how one random sub is Trump? Yeah. Trump, congratulations on your gift sub. Obsolete, congratulations on your gift sub. Crimson Butterfly, congratulations on your gift sub. J14, congratulations on your gift sub. And Renaticus, congratulations on your gift sub. Thank you again so much, Task Force. You don't have to do any of this. Do you stream at all? Aw, thanks, Task Force. You work for streamers, really? Getting popular. Orange, how are you? You're sweet. Hi, Trump. Aw, enjoy your new emotes. You're an advisor, really? That's pretty cool. Thanks for the gift sub. Hi, Renaticus, how are you? You like how one random guy is Trump? It Factor Scott, how are you? Very lame. What's lame? Oh, the job is lame? I mean, not if you get to work for streamers. I think that's kind of cool. You get to tell them, like, you know, what, don't do this, don't do that. It Factor Scott redeemed, get complimented by Hunniebee. Let's go to your I need ideas because you don't say anything in the chat. I'm not good at this, guys. I'm not good at complimenting. I'm also not good at roasting. Well, I could say that you repost some pretty good tweets. Is that even a compliment? I like your reposts, It Factor Scott. I'm sorry for the lame compliment. You just finished work now? Planning on what to cook for dinner? Probably pizza? Nice. You help some very famous people. You get no fame. Do you stream yourself? Oh, no, you don't. Well, at least not from that account. Kind of sucks, but you're super proud to help. Well, couldn't you like become a streamer with all the knowledge that you have? The dictionary? Well, I guess I'm well out of... Oh! Task Force! Oh my gosh! What is happening? Oh my goodness, thank you so much! That's a lot of gift subs. You coach and they give you lots of money. Isn't that kind of like the dream though? You know, because I feel like to be famous is to also like risk your safety in a way. Hell yeah! Thank you so much, Task Force. Thank you. Well, I guess I'm out of my league then. I've only worked at Tesla, Panasonic Energy, and Wells Fargo, wealth management banker. No flex, just cool, man. Thank you for sharing. So you know a thing or two. I'm good at being a good person. I mean, I don't think I'm a good person, but I don't think I'm a bad person either. I like, you know, we try our best, but I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. That's why you're here. Thank you so much, Task Force. The Stoozy, enjoy your new gift sub. Congratulations. Zachap, congratulations on your new gift sub. Van Allen, congratulations on your new gift sub. We talking about practice, congratulations on your new gift sub. And SSK, congratulations on your new gift sub. Thanks again so much, Task Force. Hell yeah. They get many followers. Well, kinda. You're searching several streams tonight and Twitch said you should... What? Twitch is recommending me? No way. Thank you so much, Task Force. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. You're searching, yeah. And, you know, good luck with your job and, you know, yeah, I don't know. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We are
them bring out a woman and try to resuscitate her.
Kind of
they saw
talking about
our neighbor
Canadian news
being pulled out and being arrested, and yeah, children being taken out of the house. So yeah, so obviously something bad went and took place, and it's unfortunate.
So this guy took the kids out of the house?
Around 12:45 overnight, just before 1 a.m., he saw that.
Trump's Pentagon pick, paid woman after SA allegation, but denies wrongdoing, his lawyer says. Trump's Pentagon pick, paid woman after SA allegation, but denies wrongdoing, his lawyer says. What do you guys think about that? Which pick is he talking about? Aw, thank you, Vice. You're so sweet.
Massive police presence here, those flashing lights, ambulances on the scene. I want to share more of what he says he saw. Have a listen.
They saw them bring out a woman and try to resuscitate her, and they saw our neighbor being pulled out and being arrested, and yeah, children being taken out of the house. So
hold on, what?
Try to resuscitate her, and
okay.
They saw our neighbor being pulled out and being arrested, and yeah, children being taken out of the house. So yeah, so obviously something bad went and took place, and it's unfortunate because we've been here for 18 years and never seen anything like this before.
There are still some questions that haven't been answered yet at this time. I was asking police if they've been called to this address, few details about that available. Also asking about the nature of the injuries here that resulted in this fatality. Police not describing that for us, not saying what kind of weapon may or may not have been involved. As you can see by the police tape around me, though, this investigation is still underway. They're also asking for anyone who has any information, anyone who may know this couple, to please step forward. Certainly, they're canvassing the area, looking for any video, and also just looking to learn more about the nature of this relationship as part of this investigation. But again, we can tell you, one woman pronounced dead. Her husband, a 41-year-old man, now in custody, and he is charged with first-degree murder. Police saying there's no further threat to public safety here at this time. Back to you.
The funny thing is when people get pissed, they search you and your credentials validates everything you said, but you don't try to shit on people's opinions or perspectives. You just spit facts wet as venom. People actually try to validate credentials over simple dictionary word. I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable like having people search me up personally, but I mean, I guess that's a thing. I don't know, like, what kind of conversations are you getting into that people need to look up your credentials? This guy, I'm gonna show him. And then they can't because you have your credentials. What should we watch? What should we watch? What should we watch? I thought I saved some stuff to my watch later, but I'm not seeing it here, so that's annoying.
So as you guys know, the media has now absolutely abandoned everyone who lost everything in Hurricane Helene. Hell, they abandoned them weeks ago. Leading up to the election, I believe that they thought that the whole situation made the current administration look bad. Maybe it made Kamala Harris look bad. So they did whatever they could to sugarcoat things, and they did whatever they could to quickly move on from the story before the story was over. And the story isn't near over, folks. There are still piles of debris laying in certain areas of North Carolina, and these piles are marked because they believe there are human remains in these piles. Yet guess what? A lot of these piles have still not been properly searched, and there are people out there who can't sleep at night because their loved ones have still not been found. They have already given up hope that these people are alive. They know in their mind they are gone, but at least finding their bodies would bring them some sort of relief, but they're not getting that relief because our government agencies decided to say that to hell with these people. Screw these people. And like I've warned you all, the winter weather is moving in, the cold weather is moving in, and now things are going to get a lot worse for these people. We have people sleeping on the ground in sleeping bags. We got people in makeshift tents. Like I said, we got bodies out here in piles of debris that are going to be covered by snow and frozen soon. It's absolutely insane. It's disgusting. It's heartbreaking. And you would hope that we would have, like our media would cover stuff like this, but they're not. But luckily, there is one man who has gone out here from the mainstream media. And listen, you guys know I despise the media. I despise these journalists. I despise these reporters. But a man by the name of Brian Enton, I'm sure a lot of you all are aware of who he is. I got respect for this guy. I followed him ever since the Gabby Petito case. I believe that he's one of the few people working for the mainstream media that actually goes out here and does his job. And in a unbiased way. He just tries to get out there and get to the truth. And after the rest of the mainstream media has abandoned these people, Brian Entin has not. He's been in the area talking to some of these people about their concerns. And I mean, it's
cold.
just,
I'm wondering if
I'm
I
happy
have
to
a
see
sweater.
that someone from the media is out here giving people the coverage they need. Because the problem is, like, people like me, I could talk about this story all day. And I do damn near talk about this situation every day. Because it's important to me to get this story out there so people understand how our own citizens in America are being treated. These people need help. They need a voice. And I understand that it hurts my YouTube channel. People are tired of hearing about this story. The videos aren't going to get a lot of views.
You have a blanket
and I'm
pretty
okay
much all
with that.
day.
I'll sacrifice that because I think it's important to
I
get
have one
these people's story out.
somewhere.
But like I said, I could cover this all day, every day, and I do, but to a
Not
lot of
within
people,
reach.
a story isn't valid unless the mainstream media is covering it.
We have
They could
heaters,
come
like,
on here
it's-
and watch my videos all day.
I can't
could
really
show
control
you
the heat, though.
devastation. I could let you hear from people on the ground and all of that, but in some people's minds, it's not legit or valid unless they hear it
We
from
have
the mainstream
radiators.
media. And that's sad. Because you could have someone who lost everything in this hurricane. They can tell you their story, and people won't care. But if the mainstream media tells them to care, then they view it as valid. So that's the way a lot of people's
Marcus,
brains
thank
are
you
still
so much
set
for the
up.
biddies.
They haven't abandoned the
How are
mainstream
you?
yet. They haven't gone to independent media yet. So they look at people like me and they feel like, oh, this isn't a legit enough source for information, even though I'm giving you more honest information than you'll ever get on the mainstream media. And I'm showing you and telling you about things that they will never show you or tell you about. But for some people, they need that validation from the mainstream media. So hopefully Brian Entin gives it to them. Let's go ahead and roll this clip, though, and then I'll be right back with more.
Until you get down here on the ground and see it for yourself, it's hard to believe just how
TikTok
devastated
hates
this area
Republican
still
politics.
is. In Asheville, they still
Who
don't
doesn't
have
hate
drinkable
Republican
water. In
politics?
towns like Swannanoa, where we are, it's just still
You know what I mean?
total mess. 100,000 people, that's just the estimate, either had very badly damaged or destroyed homes. And we found coming here that many of them still have nowhere to go. Driving around the outskirts of Asheville, it's hard to decide where to even begin. There's just so much hurricane damage, literally everywhere you look. I got a message on X from a woman named Sarah. I want to show you. It says, "Hi, I'm in Swannanoa, North Carolina, one of the hardest hit towns. We lost our home due to the hurricane. We're getting barely any help."
Nice to meet you.
I met Sarah outside the trailer she's living in with her husband, 2 kids, 2 cats, and 2 dogs. Like almost everyone here, their home was destroyed and condemned, and they also lost their cars and their jobs.
Everybody that I've talked to says they're getting no help.
Their trailer was donated by a volunteer,
You feel
not
the biggest
FEMA,
flex
and they have
on
to
the
pay for their
internet
own
is not
porta
hiding
potty.
from people
had to
and
rent
being
this
transparent
so that
about
we
who
would
you are.
be able to use the bathroom.
You welcome anyone
So you
wanting
had
to
to pay
know
for
who
that
you
yourself?
are. Search
Yes.
you, they
Yeah,
might
it's
not
$130
like what they
a
see,
month
but
to
you will not
rent
change
one.
who you are.
Sarah's one hope
Odd
was U.S.
social
Small
media
Business Administration
influencers.
disaster loan.
You are
But then she got this
regressing that
voicemail.
as
This is a
that
call
is
from
not
the
power
U.S.
to
Small
the power
Business
of the ability
Administration
to
about
help
your
people
SBA
in need
disaster
elements
loan
without
application. Due to a
elements out
lapse
of the
in
control.
congressional funds,
And that's who
new
you
loan
will
offers will be
intend
delayed
to be
until
maybe
Congress
not now
provides
Twitch, but
additional
eventually
funding for the
in like
disaster
any
loan
time.
program.
Well, that's a nice
We
aspiration.
understand how frustrating this delay is.
What did you think when you heard that?
We don't, I think.
know,
What is that? What do you mean? Wait, we don't.
We already have it so
What?
rough, and to not be able to get the financial and help that we need.
Sometimes I have
it's
trouble
really
linking.
awful.
Sometimes I have trouble linking comments to what I just said, not that long ago. So bear with me, guys.
Some just down the road have it even more awful, living in tents and small RVs with no power as winter approaches and temperatures now dip into the 30s.
There's times we don't get fresh meat because there's no way to keep it cold. Because you got to choose between heating the house with a generator, especially the ones who have kids, and
I'm an
keeping the food
Aries.
cold.
Wintertime's coming. These folks cannot be forgot about. Just because you don't see this
About
on
how
TV,
everyone loves to hate Republican
it
politics,
don't just
yeah.
go away. This is not going to go away for a long time. We got to get those folks out of those
No
tents
worries.
And then those FEMA campers.
What about you, Anthony?
How's it going to happen?
Oh, you're a
A
Scorpio?
lot of the locals I've spoken.
It's your birthday right now. Happy birthday. You're feeling good, so you're bad. You just love life. Oh, don't. There's no bad. I'm glad you're having a good birthday. An Aries, thank God. Why is that?
Upset about a FEMA compound they say is much nicer than the
Aw,
donated
thank
trailers
you.
that they are
You're
staying
cool.
in. It's hard to see, but this right here, I'm going to slow down, is the entrance to the compound. There's a lot of security. The public can't go in.
We drove up onto a hill behind the compound for a better view, and you see how massive it is. A sea of government trailers. It's so organized and secure, so different from how the people we met are living here.
FEMA's not connecting with the county's not connecting with the state, and you got this big rat race.
Volunteers like combat veteran Robbie Ammons say housing is the biggest issue, and red tape. Families left in tents and RVs because of the permitting process, he says.
Next week, temperatures are going to start getting in the 30s at night. We're afraid of more hypothermia, folks that are living in the mountains, and there's probably going to be more bodies laying around if we
If I was a
don't
Pisces
start
or
getting these
Cancer,
people in
then
some
things would get
level of temporary
sussy,
housing.
and you'd have to stop following
The
me.
cold really is the big
You're,
concern here, Elizabeth. That
you're
woman in the
into
piece who played the voicemail, we reached out.
astrology.
She's trying to get that disaster loan. We reached out to the SBA. They said they did run out of money on
I
October
always,
15th. They're trying
it's
to work-
embarrassing because I love astronomy, but I have it. I don't know if it's like a type of dyslexia, but like words that start with the same letter or sound the same, I have trouble differentiating like which is which. Astrology is like the horoscope stuff, and astronomy is the science, space science, right? I always like I always second guess myself. Okay. If you were, so, do you actually believe that? You're only into astrology because you've dated a ton of strippers, oh lord.
Work with Congress
And
to
they're into astrology?
get more funding. Her situation is desperate. She has to bundle her little kids up to take them out to that porta potty when they have to use the bathroom in the middle of the night. And she was offered some rental assistance from FEMA, but she says there's nowhere to rent. Everything is destroyed, or the few places are too expensive, or they won't take a bunch of kids and dogs and cats and the animals she has. And she doesn't want to move 2 hours away. So it's a real mess out here, Elizabeth.
You know, I've been hearing a lot about this compound, and just look at it. Look at that massive compound they have, yet they're not doing anyone any favors. They're not helping anyone. And in fact, they're hurting people. They're confiscating supplies. They're shutting down donation zones. They're refusing to help anyone who voted for Trump. Yet they got like a small...
That's apparently true.
...army out there, basically made a small makeshift military base smack dab in the middle of North Carolina, yet they're not getting anything done. So what is the point of this compound? You came out here and put a whole FEMA compound out here, yet we still got people trapped on the mountains that haven't seen other humans for weeks, months. You got this whole compound out here, yet you ain't dig through the marked freaking piles of debris yet to find the bodies that are buried underneath. You got all of these people out there, yet we still got people who need shelter. We got people without food and without water. Yet you're out here with the whole compound doing Lord knows what, probably watching
Astronomy is the
Netflix
science
and
of
playing Call of
celestial
Duty
objects,
in your
while
trailers.
astrology is a belief system.
Now, in my opinion, you see how they made this compound for the
affairs,
FEMA workers who aren't doing absolutely anything
This
at all?
reminds me of the
Why
girl
not make this
just
compound
fired
and
from
allow the
FEMA
people who
pass
lost everything to live
by
there?
the houses with Trump
If you can
signs.
bring
Yeah.
in this many resources just for these government
And she said she was a
workers to collect the
scapegoat,
check
so
for
but
doing
who knows?
absolutely
People will
nothing
go to jail
while
over that, but
discriminating
only when
against
Trump is in
American
power.
citizens, then at the very least you could just say, hey, send all those people home and
Just
give
seems
these
really
trailers to the people that need somewhere to
really
live.
effed up.
But that's not the case because our government's priorities are all out of whack. And I guarantee you most of the people there in that compound aren't there to help. They're there to try to take advantage of the situation, take advantage of people, steal the land from underneath them, give them lowball offers on the homes they lost and the land that got destroyed. I'm telling you, I could go on for days. I could rant for days. But I don't want to always come across as angry, but I'm not an angry person, but when looking at this story, I can't be as jokey and lighthearted as I want to be. You guys know I like to joke. I don't take anything that seriously. But looking at this, I'm just so disgusted by everything, by the way this whole entire situation has been handled. So it's hard for me to be happy-go-lucky when discussing this topic.
If she was
But
Pisces,
yeah, you guys see it with your own two eyes. Hopefully Brian Enton goes out here and he exposes a lot of the stuff that I've been trying to tell you all about. Because
so
like
you
I said,
believe in
I can
astrology
expose
and
things
so
and I
what's
can tell you things,
so
and
what's
the
wrong
people
with
on
Pisces
the
and
ground
Cancer? You had too
suffering
many
can expose things and they can tell people things.
too
For a
many
lot of people,
experiences
it's
with
never-
both of
it's
those
never
signs.
valid until the mainstream media puts their stamp on it that it's true. But just in this little clip, a lot of the stuff I've been telling you about, Brian Enton put it right out there for you guys. So hopefully we'll see more from this in the future. But for now, let me know your thoughts down below. While you're down there, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe, ring that notification bell, and I'll talk.
Some people felt that he was smiling Biden. The president sitting down with Donald Trump at the historic handshake wasn't the only headline. It was Biden's grin that captured attention on social media, leaving many folks to speculate, why was he so happy?
One final fuck you to the Democrats. One final fuck you to the party.
I think I already watched this on my own time. The most incredible women you've ever met were those signs, and it couldn't be like that on the internet. Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Like, what does it matter? We're never gonna date. Why does that matter? Are you also not, do you unfriend male friends who are Cancer and Pisces? You used to like Asmongold, but you lost a lot of respect over Palestine. BS, he said, no time for him now. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have zero opinion on him. I don't know. They're all guilty of things, in my opinion. Ah, my leg. Pisces and Cancer homies are 100%. No way those are good peeps, but the women. You're confusing. Anthony, you're a different kind of character, that's for sure.
I actually created a Bluesky account when the platform first launched, just so I could get my own name tag on there, so someone else didn't take it and start posting.
Incredible man, really in love, will cross oceans just to be with you.
But as you can see, I haven't used it yet, and why would I?
I don't know if
you've
ever seen Incredible a man really in love, will cross oceans.
In fact, I don't think I've ever logged into it. Although I did get a message the other day telling me that Kurt Eichenwald was following me.
You're bad. You've been drinking.
It's just very.
It's your birthday.
New York Times bestselling author.
I don't think anyone should cross an ocean for anyone.
Aficionado, I think it was, or tentacle porn or something.
Huh?
Okay, weird. But like I said, I've never used it. So I logged into it the other day and I had a look, and this is the kind of thing that you're presented with. Bluesky themselves saying another day, another million new people joining, so that's 18 million users. That's actually a very small social network, but okay, fair enough. Good for them. 18 million libtards have joined Bluesky. That's good. And the first thing I'm presented that's not the app itself is Otto English.
So many shots that just hit you when you got home. Uh-oh, don't get sick.
A lot of what Bluesky users
You heard about Bluesky? It advertises
isn't this so much better than Twitter?
Space for
yes. Aren't we all glad we're here?
Etc. So
yes.
it's funny.
Why are we
are
still
going
talking about Twitter? We're not sure. Otto says,
I guess it's,
the best case for leaving Twitter is that now that
I thought
the
Threads was for
paid
libs.
blue ticks, even the famous ones won't follow. They're too invested in the Musk of MAGA. Sensible people of all political shades will, and we have an opportunity here to reset the discourse and bring back a degree of rationale. I think he means rational.
rationality.
You made an account on Bluesky?
Okay.
You definitely notice more
Interesting.
pronouns in bio and Trump derangement and syndrome on
What are
there.
we talking about here then? We're just whining about the right wing. Right. Okay. It's literally just libtard central, which I shouldn't be too surprised
Anthony, now
about.
some
And
of
that's
this makes
literally all we're talking about, is
sense.
how great being a libtard is and how much they hate MAGA. MAGA's just the most evil thing they've ever encountered. So I was going to post something on there to own the libs, as you do in classic 2016 style.
The best thing about Twitter is that, you know, it's not like... I mean... It needs proper censorship in what I mean by that is like any nudity or whatever, which I don't come across, but I hear that's allowed or something, but aren't teens on the platform. So like that kind of stuff, I'm fine. That kind of censorship I'm fine with. But like they don't take down your post, you know, for having your opinion or, you know, wanting like asking your followers to vote for Trump or vote for Kamala. Like they're not gonna, I don't know, take down your content like YouTube, Facebook might, TikTok loves taking down content. So like is Bluesky just gonna be another content taking down platform? If so, then what's the point? Anthony, now some of most social media is libtard central. It's your that's because like they only allow you to speak libtard on platforms. You're not allowed to speak sense or logic or truth. They will censor you. It's very annoying. Crossing oceans is a metaphor, but a very, very real thing. I know. Twitter is definitely less idiotically censored than it was a year ago, even a lot less, but they will hide your content, so you talk to the wind if you talk certain subjects. Will they hide your content, or will they do like community notes? You will never call Twitter X. Same. I call it X because I only started using it like a lot in like recent months, and it was X, so I don't know. I never really used it as Twitter. I only ever used it to like complain about, like to complain at companies. Deciding if you should re-up on drink. If you're feeling good, you can just wait, you know? I don't know, I don't want you to overdo it. A bottle of red and pass the F out. A whole bottle? Stacy, yes, it's not a thing for normal people. Usually the random idiot sending Twitter P to you, but the more timeouts you get, so to speak, the closer to the P people you get messaging you till you're spammed with it. You thought Musk was gonna not go down this road, but he has, I think, to get money back for his overpaying for Twitter. And for his saying F you to sorry, I didn't mean to F you to the advertisers, right? He paid way too much, but you're still glad he did. Must have helped a little to get Trump elected. Yeah, like because he, you know, he keeps it, I guess it's like less censored than other platforms, let's say. Fix your algorithm, my guy? Wait, what happened? Oh, with the whole thing. I'ma go get a bottle of Red Cross, the street BRB. Okay, Anthony. Yeah, you just hate the idea of giving them an entire letter of the alphabet. What?
But I didn't actually know what I was doing. Am I tweeting? Am I zeeting? Am I publishing? Am I Skyping? I didn't know, but apparently they do have a word for it. And that word is skeet.
Oh, Bluesky. Skeeting? Ew.
Skeeting. Apparently if you go to like Urban Dictionary and stuff, you find that skeet means something gross.
Skeet on
I don't
Blue
really
Sky.
feel like skeeting on the internet, actually. Remember, kids, whatever you post on the internet is there forever and you'll never get rid of it. So best not to go skeeting on the internet, I would suggest. Okay, I won't be
Isn't
doing
that something already? Skeet,
So,
skeet, skeet.
like I said, what exactly were we to expect? Well, thankfully there's an account here called Libs of Blue Sky that is doing the hard work for us. They're on Twitter, of course. Go and give them a follow if you'd like to know more. But as you can see, we've got Marxist Barbie, who organises Danish Marxist conferences and rant about capitalism and gender politics. Oh, definite follow. Insta-follow. Accessories include pink handbag version of the Communist Manifesto. Resentment towards Danish media and politicians. I love it when they just admit, yeah, no, we're really resentful, spiteful mutants, and we really just hate the people around us who are actually really successful. And what we'd want, as her third point is a great leveling. We're sick of the things you've built that make us feel inferior.
Oh, Twitter
and actually, we would like to tear it all down rather than improve ourselves so we can have a bit of self-confidence and feel self-respect.
What if it was spelt like
As she
this?
says, a strong urge to dismantle capitalist power structures. Right, that's right. No one else can have anything nice because you
Would
don't
that
have
make it
anything
better?
nice. 'Cause you're just
Or would that
filled
make
with
it worse?
resentment. Incredible. And again, they seem to
I
be
think that would
genuinely
make it
proud
worse.
that they've managed to create a little libtard.
Because then it
bubble.
actually
And it's
means
okay,
something.
That's great, but you had one of those already called Threads, and then Mark Zuckerberg essentially endorsed Donald Trump after he got shot in the ear. So they all had
Right?
to abandon
It's like-
Threads. They went back to Twitter for a period. And then they were like, right, okay, but Elon Musk is evil and wants to improve the world and make humanity a multi-planetary species. Oh yeah, he's the electric car guy. So he's doing his part for climate change, I guess. But still, drumpf. And so you get people like Alex here saying,
Drumpf.
it's time to take solace and pride in what people disparagingly call a bubble. I'm proud of the fact that I don't listen to other opinions. I take solace in the fact that I have no idea what they're saying. I don't need to talk to the other side, to the hate-filled, the reactionary, the proudly low info. I don't have their books on my shelves and I don't invite them over. Interesting how there's a whole literature associated with these people, but you call them proudly low info and just hate-filled reactionaries. And I don't need to hear what they have to say online. Well, Alex, there's nothing like calling other people low info when you have literally no idea what the opponents what you were meant to be debating with believe. Like, you literally cut them out so you don't hear what they have to say, so you can't understand their worldview, and you call them low info. I mean, genuinely, it's actually quite an impressive feat of doublethink there. But one thing I noticed about Blue Sky when I was having a quick scroll through it, they are angry, as with any kind of Marxist / shitlib space. They're really angry, as Marxist Barbie told us. She's really resentful, and they just hate the church.
His fur looks nice on camera. Yeah, he's pretty soft. And he has a nice, like, coat-like pattern. Uh-oh. Buffering. I still didn't get warm clothes. No. Not yet.
I actually created a Blue Sky account when the platform first launched, just so
I'll
I
be
could
fine. I'll
get my own name tag on there so someone else didn't take it and start posting under my name. I'm quite pleased with that profile picture. But as you can see, I haven't used it yet, and why would I? I have my Twitter account back. Why would I bother using this? In fact, I don't think I've ever logged into it, although I did get a message the other day telling me that Kurt Eichenwald was following me. I wonder if I can see him on my followers list. It's just a very... Kurt Eichenwald, New York Times bestselling author and hentai
Welcome
aficionado,
back,
I think,
Anthony.
or tentacle porn or something. Okay, weird. But like I said, I've never used it. So I logged into it the other day and I had a look. And this is the kind of thing that you're presented with. Bluesky themselves saying another day, another million new people joining. So that's 18 million users. That's actually a very small social network. But okay.
Didn't we
enough.
already go
Good
over
for them.
that?
18 million libtards
Alright,
have
I'm over
joined
this.
Bluesky.
I'm over
That's
this.
good. And the first thing I'm presented that's not the app itself is Otto English.
Why is this
Obsessing
frozen?
over...
Oh, I had it in a separate window. That was so annoying. It's like, you know, when you're dreaming and the audio doesn't stop in your brain and it's like, why doesn't it stop? I turn you off and the music's still going. What's happening? And it's your alarm. So what else is there to see? What else is there to watch? Hi, Alien. How are you? You could say that I am, yeah.
The tyranny we have witnessed in Canada in recent weeks should shock and dismay. The tyranny we have witnessed in Canada in recent weeks should shock and dismay people all over the world. In an advanced Western democracy, the peaceful movement of patriotic truckers, workers, and families protesting for their most basic rights and liberties has been violently put down.
President-elect Donald Trump has begun filling key roles in his incoming administration, and it's spelling bad news for Canada's Liberal leaders. While key figures like Elon Musk and Mike Walls have expressed their support for the Canadian freedom-loving patriots
Just some
that
guy,
make our
thank
country
you.
great, they've frequently expressed disdain for the progressive and authoritarian policies pushed by our Prime
Said
Minister
because of my
and his
clapping, yeah,
lackeys.
because like
Trump himself is
those
no
truckers,
fan of Justin Trudeau.
those
And as
truckers
Canada
didn't just try to fight for like their own freedom or Canada's freedom. They didn't just like, they weren't just fighting for freedom. They exposed the government for what they really were. So it was like, there's like, it was, I don't know, it was like a turning point. He seems to really understand and feel all this stuff, not just talking points. Oh, Trump?
Continues to diminish on the world stage, our frosty relationship with the most powerful nation in the free world will only continue that decline. Our NATO partners don't like him, Canadians don't like him. What will it take for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to finally take the hint and resign? I'm Rachel Parker, and you're watching Rachel and the Republic. Hey everyone, welcome back to Rachel and the Republic. I'm your host, Rachel Parker. We're going to be taking a look at some of the figures that Donald Trump has announced for his upcoming administration. You would be shocked at how many of these people have commented on the political scene up in Canada, and certainly commented and criticized Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for many of his authoritarian policies. So we're going to take a deep dive into that today, starting with Mike Walls, who has been announced as Trump's national security advisor. Walls has a long and storied history of criticizing the Trudeau Liberals and supporting and encouraging conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. In May, Walz reposted a video from Polyev depicting the conservative leader mocking Trudeau for his national housing plan. Walz claimed that Polyev's party would defeat the Liberals in a 2025 election and reorient Canada in a better direction, saying, quote, "This guy is going to send Trudeau packing in 2025, finally, and start digging Canada out of the progressive mess
In order
it's
to resign,
in.
you need a sense
His
of
trolling
shame and
of
be able
Trudeau's
to recognize you
nonsense
failed in
worth
your
a watch."
position. Yeah.
He's also frequently criticized
They
the
don't
Trudeau
give a
Liberals
crap.
for their fallen foreign policy approach. In 2021, Walz slammed the Trudeau government for abstaining from voting on a motion that condemned the Chinese Communist Party for committing genocide against China's Uyghur Muslim population. You guys probably remember that motion passed unanimously in the House of Commons, but Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his entire cabinet abstained from that vote. At the time, Walt said, "As I told the @Free Beacon, it's a great first step for Canada to recognize the ongoing genocide, but shameful of Justin Trudeau abstained from the vote. We stand with our Canadian allies who are opening the door to Beijing boycott 2022." The year after, Walz once again criticized the Trudeau government also on China, this time for allowing a Chinese government-owned firm to purchase a Canadian lithium mine at a time when the United States and its allies were beginning to take a firmer stance against the communist regime. Walz said at the time, "We need answers on why Justin Trudeau's government allowed the sale of a lithium mine to a Chinese state-owned entity at such a critical time to secure energy independence. Was the Biden administration consulted per our agreement with Canada?" And finally, Walz is one of the many critics who have joined the chorus calling on the Canadian government to spend more on defense spending. He has said that the United States indirectly funds the welfare states like Canada, Germany, and France, adding, quote, "Our defense budget shouldn't subsidize Germany, France, and Canada's welfare states. We deserve better from our NATO allies." And I think that most Canadians would agree that we would
Lithium
like
is
to see our
trash.
government spending more on the defense budget and less on things like tampons for men. Moving into another new government administration and the appointments for that, I know that you guys will be particularly excited to learn about this one. Trump has announced a Department of Government Efficiency, and that will be headed by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, if you guys spent any time on X, you'd know that Elon Musk is a big fan of the Canadian people, but is very critical of the Trudeau government. He has a lengthy history of criticizing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. In July 2023, when Trudeau blamed America's right wing for Muslims opposing the alphabet soup curriculum in Canada, Musk was all of us when he responded with a clown emoji. As I often say of this government and of just this time and place in history, you have to laugh or you'll cry. In response to new regulatory controls the Liberal government announced in October 2023, Musk said Trudeau is trying to crush free speech in Canada, calling it shameful.
Not efficient
and
at
just
all.
earlier this month, Musk wrote on X that
Food
Trudeau will be
heat
gone
with
in
you?
the
What do you
upcoming
mean?
election. Now, as I mentioned, that
Food
Department of Government Efficiency will be headed
is
by
better than
two major
heat?
key players in U.S. politics, Elon Musk, but also Vivek Ramaswamy, whom I'm sure you all remember actually ran for the Republican.
I get what you're
ran
trying
in
to
the
say.
Republican presidential race and eventually dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump. He was a big fan and was one of the candidates who really never criticized Trump during that race. And I think his long-term plan has paid off for him, with him now having this key role in the Trump administration and the new agency that it will be creating. Now, Vivek is so critical of Canada that he actually thinks that the U.S. should not only build a wall along its southern border with Mexico, but also along its northern border with Canada, which is the first time I've heard that policy proposed. But he actually said it during the Republican presidential pandemic. If we can, the northern.
That's a good question. Why are you anti? But anyway, the LGBTQ stuff, it's like, I genuinely wonder, what, because we're having a large influx of immigrants and Muslims as well, right? And but even not just Muslims, even we have like you know, we have from all over, like Indians as well, and Sikh, and like I just wonder, like, what would they wouldn't I don't see them accepting, you know, their kids being taught gender ideology, for example. I don't see them really accepting that or wanting that, right? Or even just like imagine asking, you know, someone to call you he, him, or she, her. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but let's like imagine asking someone to like, you know, call you by pronouns that maybe they probably they maybe won't understand why, or I don't know. Like, I can't really see that. I feel like the people who like ask, I think they kind of maybe I don't know. I feel like maybe they don't have the guts to, you know, try to explain it to a foreigner. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's a touchy subject. Sits up, pays attention to how you answer this. Me? Like, it's a touchy subject. But in all honesty, like, I don't think that they would be okay with it, with you know, any of the that kind of stuff. Like, I'm sure they don't care or mind if, you know, people identify a certain way, but they will care. But like, it's all about imposing, right? People don't like to be imposed on. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Jehovah's Witnesses at your door, right? Trying to get you to whatever. Nobody likes that. You know, a relative of your, like, let's say you grow up religious, and then, you know, your cousin decides that he's atheist, and now he has to like try to convert you because he believes like he's in the right. And whether or not he is doesn't matter. It's that imposing, like, you have to like here like believe like or don't believe in this case. And it's like, stop imposing. Like, people don't like that, right? So it's the same with the I feel like pronouns. It's you have to depend on others to proactively you know, call you a certain way or whatever. I don't know. Like, here, another controversial take is like whether or not, you know, someone might pass as the opposite sex, or you know, they're the gender that they believe they are, right? Some people might pass easier than others, and so for, you know, it's very nuanced. It's extremely nuanced and a touchy subject. But I think you'd be hard pressed to, like, you know, get other cultures on board. You know, just like you're not gonna, you know, ask a Muslim to become an atheist. You're not gonna do something like that, right? Why would you? So in the same way, maybe, I don't know. I don't really see it happening. What do you guys think? Makes people rightfully worry that the fringe will do. They have the death penalty. Yeah, I know them to be very humble as well. Earlier this year, a second-generation Rwandan migrant stabbed some little girls, killing 3. You recently came out that he had some Al-Qaeda material. Was that in the UK? Was all covered up for ages and caused riots over here? It's not a secret that if that offends some people, it should. If Muslim people in Western countries disagree with this, let them publicly condemn it. Oh, this is a touchy subject. Yeah, I don't know. I think we all just have to stop trying to get everyone to like agree with me or else, and then, you know, well, then we can live in peace. You know, don't impose on people's lives, don't impose in people's children's lives, because people really don't like that. And, you know, that's all we need. That's it. And I'm not talking like, you know, gender ideology. I'm talking about any type of imposing on children's lives or people's lives. Like, I'm just talking about any, like, just do you, boo, okay? Just do you. In terms of family, it's different. They expect you to be XYZ from the womb. A tradition is very harsh when it comes to science and technology, the same way people worship gods but go to hospitals and rely on human sciences for life-giving remedies. Right. It's been a huge news story. A lot of the UK... I heard about that, but you know what? I only hear about it online. But I only hear about it from creators, you know? Like, you don't hear about it on the news. They cover that shit up. It's BS. That's BS. When's your next election? Who's your, like, what do you guys have? Prime ministers?
Northern border, which is true. He did go and
Prayers
visit
don't cure
the
diseases,
northern
humans
border and
cure
show how
diseases.
easy it is for people to walk back and forth, for migrants and illegals to walk back and forth between both borders, which is a major concern.
Humans also prolong diseases so that they can profit off of other humans.
For Canada right now, as I discussed yesterday,
unfortunately,
on the Rachel Parker show, the Trump
But you know
administration
what? I'm not going to be pessimistic because I had an amazing surgeon fix my leg, so, but like, you know, that's not really related to diseases, but you know what I mean. Where the Diddy party at? Fuzzy Peaches, how's it going? Do you want to watch some Diddy news? Are there any updates? There's probably some updates. We had ours in July this year, and your main left-wing party won. Oh, really? We'll have to wait until 2029 for the next one. How do you feel about the party that won? Let's talk about Diddy. You love Diddy? Why is that?
One of his key promises is he will be cracking down on illegal immigrants. They will be deporting illegals. And so a lot of illegals who are in those northern states, they're going to be looking for their next move. They are going to be looking for an escape, for a way out. And Canada is all too obvious a choice, considering how easy it is for them to walk across Roxham Road in New York into Canada, where they will be
have
received,
to disagree with you,
they will be
Fuzzy.
put up in a hotel, and the Canadian taxpayer will be on the hook to pay for their food, for their hotel, and even for their security. I was reading the other day, I don't know why migrants coming into Canada need security, but apparently we are on the hook to pay for all of that, to the tune of $208 per migrant
Scandalous
per
AF.
day.
But we cannot deny the
there,
signs
you know,
of
is a real
humanity,
argument for
and
that
we,
border wall
not
to be built. I think
gods,
even
have
for
created.
Canada, I think that we could benefit it. And here we are once again relying on the United States to assure Canadian security because our own government is unwilling to do so. Now, of course, I've saved the best for last of this conversation, that of Donald Trump. It's no secret that Donald Trump
Don't you
is
read
no
astrology?
fan of Justin Trudeau and of key people in Trudeau's cabinet, like Chrystia Freeland. I know that you guys always hate when I
Mr.
play
Science.
Freeland clips. We'll have one coming a little bit later. But I wanted to first address this.
I think that being agnostic is the smartest choice. Because acting like you know what you don't know is not smart.
Of Donald Trump speaking at
You don't know what happens after you die. You just don't. You just don't know.
Back in 2022. I suspect...
I'm not saying that there is or is not a God. But you just don't know. So...
that most of you have seen this clip before, but I think it's always worth a refresher. I know
Freeland
it came up on my
crazy
timeline
person.
during
Yeah, she
the
is.
final days of the U.S.
You
presidential
believe
race, and
in
I
the
had
best of
forgotten
us.
how much support Trump has shown
That's cool.
for the Canadian people, and I
That's
don't
good.
mean government
And
bureaucrats.
despicable? Yeah,
I mean
she's
the
definitely
true
despicable.
Canadian
You love
people
Trump?
who stood
We
up
love Trump
for
too.
Canadian freedom and democracy during the
I'm kidding.
the
I wouldn't
2020
say we
COVID
love-
pandemic, if
we
we can still really
are-
call it that. And Trump gave a very vocal
Happy
note
that Trump
of
won,
support
let's just say.
for the truckers.
Not
at CPAC.
everyone. I
Take a
can't speak
listen
for
at this
everyone,
clip
but
from him.
The tyranny we have witnessed in Canada in recent weeks should shock
why is there so much lag? I'm not sure.
and dismay people all over the world. In an advanced Western
Is that any better?
democracy, the peaceful movement of patriotic truckers, workers, and families protesting for their most basic rights and liberties has been violently put down.
There are things you said in Ellie's stream that would get
Their assets and life savings have been
you a
frozen.
few years in prison. Oh my goodness. If you tweeted
They
them
have
out
been
and you're not even
slandered
joking.
as
Whoa.
Nazis, racists, and terrorists. These are the names they've been called.
No.
They've been arrested and charged with
And
phony
were those
crimes.
messages deleted?
They've been falsely accused of loyalty to foreign powers.
Dying,
I
you don't
watched them.
care.
I saw
And you know
those
what matters.
maple leaves all
What
over
we
the
do in our
flags
time is what
and the love
matters
for their
most.
country. Plenty of Americans.
How
were
many
there,
immigrants
too,
need
and
to
they
be
love our
deported to
country.
fix the lag?
They're
Collusion,
being
how's it
hunted
going?
down like enemies
Seems
of
a little
their
better.
own government and treated worse than drug dealers and murderers or rapists. A line has been crossed. You're either with the peaceful truckers or you are with the left-wing fascists. And that's what's been happening. And it's been a strong line. We stand with the truckers and we stand with the Canadian people in their noble quest to reclaim their freedom.
So there you hear Trump give a strong show of support for the truckers and for everyone in Canada who is fighting for their freedoms back during the COVID-19 pandemic, as I suspect most of you were in your own ways, whether that was joining the convoy or holding your own protests in your local town or maybe going down to Coots. I suspect that most of the people who watch the show were in some way engaged in seeking to have their civil liberties returned to them. And certainly hearing that show of support from Donald Trump back in 2022 is a very powerful moment
Oh my
for
God,
the
Sticks,
Canadian
how's it
people.
going?
And of course, our trucker convoy was recognized
Just
all
second
around
generation
the world.
ones according
we hear
to
Trump
Stephen
giving
Miller.
his support there. Not only is he supporting Canadians, but he's also decrying
Wanna
Justin
know something
Trudeau
funny?
and the Liberal government
Yes.
for the authoritarian
So long as it's
policies
actually
that
funny
they put in place
and not
during
a troll.
COVID, but also for the authoritarian crackdown, and that they responded to the trucker convoy, which of course was with basically a military response to the Canadian people, and then even taking things further
It was a
with
peaceful
freezing
protest.
their assets and their bank accounts. And you hear Trump use the words there that the Canadian people who fought for their civil liberties were being hunted down and are treated worse than real criminals. And that's still the case in Canada today. We still have criminals who are let out on bail to continue
Your
repeating
buddies who
crimes.
are OG Bloods from the Bronx
It's
voted
just a
Trump
small
born in
number of criminals
86
in Canada
because they
who
know
are
what's
repeating
going
continuous
on.
crimes over and over and over again. But I guarantee if you guys, why don't you just try it?
They
not paying
know
your taxes to the Canadian governments
the
for like a couple of
Democrats
years, like 1 to 2. Just wait
were
and
just
find out what happens. I
wolves
assure
in
you,
sheep's
you
clothing
will not be
this whole
given
time.
any lenience. But maybe if you
Is that true?
are living in a halfway house and you stab someone, you'll probably probably be
The government
shown
is behind
quite
when
a
it
bit of
comes to
lenience
the
in what
future
Canada
and
has become
technology.
today.
Nobody has no effing
So you can
idea
hear
what's
Trump, he gives
coming
a
when it
strong
comes
show of
to AI
support
and
for the Canadian
LLMs.
people, and at the same time decrying the measures that the Trudeau Liberals have used
Who was it that
to
said
crack down on
the
the
government
Canadian
is like
people.
10 years
Now,
ahead?
there's
or something?
another clip of Trump that I quite like. This was taken during the NAFTA negotiations. You probably remember that during the last Trump administration, they had to negotiate a new NAFTA deal, and it did not go very smoothly for Canada. Take a listen to what Trump has to say here.
Mr. President, Susan Lee from Fox Business. Did you reject a one-on-one meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
Because his tariffs are too high and he doesn't seem to want to move, and I've told him forget about it. And frankly, we're thinking about just
Expecting Trump to save civil liberties is like expecting the fox to keep the chicken coop safe. So, like, why do you think that is collusion? Don't you think you have fewer... Don't you have... Okay. I feel like you have less freedom of speech, at least online. And not only you guys, but like Canada, the UK, Australia, probably Europe too. It's like you can't say anything anymore, you know? Like the freedom of speech is being taken away. And that's happening under Biden and Harris. So like what's like what Trump is not gonna be a dictator and all these things. I don't believe that. He was already president. How old are you, Collusion? Don't you remember that Trump was already your president before? He wants complete immunity for law enforcement officers. What does that mean? Does that mean like if an officer is caught beating someone up unlawfully, he can't be charged, or he like what does that mean exactly? Good night, Stacy. Have a great night. Thank you for hanging out. And you, what about you? Wait. You're 10 years ahead, Anthony? Is that what you're trying to say? They know what's up. They don't like the open borders, other gangs coming in. They actually want police to handle it. Gang days are over. They want to relax and not worry about Latin American gangs in NYC. Which civil liberties were diminished under Trump's first term? Yeah. He has said he wants complete immunity for law enforcement. El Salvador has it right. Throw all the gang members in cages and make them sleep without mattresses and force them to pray every day or get solitary. No way. They make them pray. Now their leader is at 91% approval. Yeah, I'm in my 30s. You remember? So what was so like, was he a dictator? Did he take away your rights? Agree, but Canada doesn't understand because they have a shit politics. Yeah. Hold on. Agree. Okay, so Anthony agrees, but Canada doesn't understand because they have... You think we don't understand? We're looking at the bigger picture. We're trying to save you guys from the globalists. All right? And that would have been the Democrats are in bed with the globalists, in my opinion, allegedly in game. So trust, you don't want that. Police need to be able to chase criminals and lock them up without fear of being prosecuted because of their social class or identity. Private companies can choose what content is on their platform. Musk bought Twitter to allow this sort of content and block others paid the price in evaluation and sponsors, sorry. Evaluation and sponsors, okay. He said he wants police to have immunity from prosecution, meaning they could basically do whatever they want, but he says a lot of shit. Let's see if he said that. Collusion! Aw, Anthony! Thank you for the gift sub to Collusion. That's so nice of you. I appreciate it. Collusion, congrats on your new gift sub. Why can't I send a question? Oh. How's my bitrate? Is it still bad? Am I still lagging? Smart and good. Hold on, let me see. Even Musk had his limits. He had to obey certain rules or be blocked on certain platforms. It's not as free there as it should be. Private companies can go so far still. Or we can keep illegals out, filter the smart ones into the country. Well, I mean, that was the whole point of having the immigration like system and, you know, the laws and whatever. Like each country has their own way to how you immigrate into the country. And it's normal for those rules and laws to change, you know, throughout the years. But what we have going on right now is sabotage. It's like it's not the right time. We don't have the infrastructure. We're, you know, everyone's in debt, inflation. It's not the right time for this. They're not really trying to help anyone. They're trying to make everyone, how do you say, what's the word when you have like no hope anymore in life, you know? Donald Trump's administration has had just as many globalists as every other president. Immunity from prosecution. This idea was mentioned at rallies in Wisconsin and Minnesota and in a media interview. Trump suggested that immunity would help officers do their jobs without fear of prosecution, but he clarified that it wouldn't apply universally. For example, he noted that cases involving clear misconduct might still be exceptions. However, the proposal's legal feasibility remains questionable, as most prosecutions of police misconduct occur at the state level beyond federal authority. The legal feasibility remains questionable. You know, sometimes people say things at rallies just to get votes. Doesn't necessarily mean, like, I don't know. It's not a universal, I don't know, for me it's not, this isn't enough for me to vote Kamala. This isn't enough to change my mind. Ooh, that's what I should call this stream. Change my mind. Okay, so what's the next thing? Maybe he's just saying things, who knows? Yeah, they have to. Like, Kamala said a ton of things that made no sense. Even Musk had his limits. He had to obey certain rules or be blocked on certain platforms. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Or we keep why can't I send basically if we don't need to spend taxpayer money on illegals, don't. Yeah. We don't need we don't need just smart ones, we need good ones who are willing to work, and there is no job only illegals will do if price is fair. Smart and good. Anthony, somebody is not using their emotes. Immunity for certain things, not anything. Honey, do you follow Kasia? She's liberal, but she sings an anime voice. A Mexican song, I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh yeah, that's cute. You just think the laws of each state should determine what the police can and can't do. We don't need feds to make it easier for cops to trample our rights. Yeah, it's I don't think Trump can actually do what he said. It's saying like the legal ramification, like the legal, it's not there. Like, I don't know. You effing love discourse. It's the only way we progress as humans. Hell yeah. I would agree, except the left in many of their states went after police for things they shouldn't have, which made communities less safe. If feds are the only way to protect cops, that's how it needs to go down. What we have going on right now is the Biden administration sneaking people in against what the agents at the border say. Sadly. Literally busloads pipelined by the government to bypass the border. What if I was to say we have the infrastructure and every solution to a lot of scenarios? So why don't you try to work with Elon Musk, Anthony? Trump himself. Let's see if Elon is like, sometimes he's live in a space. Are there no spaces happening? No spaces? Whatever. Fine. So you should be on X and you should try to talk to him, since, you know, it's like, the only reason I say that is because you seem to have the solution for everything, Anthony. But how are you gonna, you know, distribute the solution to the people? Trump himself is a globalist. Products he sells are made abroad. Yeah, but he wants to bring back manufacturing to the States. So he says, we'll see. Let's keep him accountable. Yes. What the police? Anyone who cares about when tyranny comes, it will be. There's already tyranny. There was already tyranny, or no? There was gonna be more tyranny. You know, trust me. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, you're assuming that the police are gonna have immunity. They're not gonna have immunity. So what's the next reason? What's the next discussion that we need? Because this, we have to nip this in the bud. There's no... He just mentioned it at a rally. There's no, like... You know, and legally he probably can't even do that, so... Anyone who cares about freedom should be pushing for less militarized and immune police forces. See, like, we have to... There's no proof that that's gonna happen. He said it at a rally. It's not universal. It wouldn't be universal. And legally, it's questionable whether or not he can even do that. So, next, what's the next reason for him being, you know, terrible for the country? Globalist means different things to different people. Globalist to the right means you are more to globalism, law, economy than America. Trump, in that sense, it definitely not. Trump is, I wouldn't call Trump a globalist. You love this channel so much. I'm both intoxicated and not. Ooh, that's interesting. Trump lied to get your vote and you're okay with that. Take is the best. You think Kamala didn't lie? Kamala lied way more. By the way, I live in Canada, so I can't vote for him. Sometimes people say things and can't back them up with facts. You like Kamala as a hookup. You like her laugh. I like her laugh too. Let's watch my favorite Kamala song. My favorite Kamala remix.
You landed haymakers on Joe Biden. How do you go from being such a passionate opponent?
It was a debate.
You're considered the most liberal United States senator.
Somebody said that, and it actually was Mike Pence on the debate stage.
Well,
Kamala with the laugh. That's so funny. She kept laughing. Is there something wrong with her too?
The media said Joe Biden's president.
Is there something wrong with her? She kept laughing.
The media said what?
Oh my god, I was muted. Black Silver 2020, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to catch up in the chat. World order conspiracy nonsense. If you don't live in the US, it's not a conspiracy. Again, hello, Fuzzy Peaches! Fuzzy Peaches, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I mean the simple facts of the left dumping America for their own pockets like the Biden family did. Dumping America for their own pockets like the Biden family did. I like the emotes. No clue what you're referring to. The lefty anti-cop reaction to George Floyd dying. The lefty anti-cop reaction. Pretty sure that cop got convicted by a jury. That's how the justice system works here. Why not work with each local community instead of Elon? You've already worked for him. Because you're the one complaining that we already have the solution, but it seems like the problem is, you know, getting the solution out to as many people as you can. So the reason I bring up Elon is because the reach, you know. It's not because like I think Elon's like, you know, necessarily, I don't know. It's just about the reach. I'm trying to give you some solutions, okay? Political convictions similar to Trump's. What? He wanted to bring back manufacturing his first term and did the opposite. Maybe because people couldn't let him, or maybe he realized his mistake. Tire any. Also, you're a simple man ego. The ego is a false idea of believing that you are what you have or what you do is a backwards way of assessing and living life. Trump is gonna be so awesome. This election is a total party. You're amused that you guys think that there are standards anymore. The Supreme Court gave the president immunity for any official actions. Biden's just chilling and refuses to abuse the power he was handed. Good. He shouldn't abuse the power, right? Abuse as in 10 million illegals crossing the border. Biden is so brain dead he doesn't even know. Her laugh. We dodged a bullet not having her as president. I think Tim Walz is even worse. Like, I wouldn't mind 4 years of Kamala, but I would mind 4 years of Tim Walz. Like, as in, you know, listening to her, but not as in like actually actually having her as a president. That I would mind. But anyway, she's not my president. It's not my country. But you know, Trump's new chief of staff is a big pharma lobbyist who works for a company owned by the WEF. What's the company name, Collision? Pretty sure Trump and Kamala is why the world watches American politics. Maybe Trump, I don't know about Kamala. You're gonna spend 4 years with this? Audio muted. Yeah, sorry about that. Don't know what you mean. Rip muted. Mugiana. Sorry. I'm so late in the chat. How are you? Americans think the economy is bad right now. Just wait till Trump is in office. You think so? She can't see it because she scrolled up. Sorry, guys. Vivek is a pharma bro who manufactured failed drugs overseas to avoid U.S. oversight to sell to third world nations. Globalist. Someone send a bits. I'm convinced they don't know. Tell us, Anthony. Tell us what we don't know. A bits message. Just you wait. Trump will make everything so bad. This is CNN. This is the new CNN, guys. Except, no, this is not CNN. This is HBN. Hunniebee Network. Where we try to only... we try not to believe everything we hear, and we try to not spread any lies either. Wrecked. Sorry, guys. Biden statistically has had one of the best economies in American history. That's laughable. I'm sorry, Mugiana. But I don't believe that for a second. Where are you getting those statistics? Where are you getting those statistics? Show me. I mean, yeah, I'll probably be talking about how shitty our leaders are for the rest of your life, to be honest. They always are shitty. Biden is great. Ha ha ha. Excuse me. Rakan for Twitch. Hi, honey, how are you? Do you stream Chrono Trigger often these days? I streamed Chrono Trigger like a few years ago and I beat it, so I haven't played Chrono Trigger in a few years. No one ever said Biden wasn't shitty. No one here. You can't comprehend the facts and logic. Biden is proof the USA president doesn't need a brain. Trump won. We took the Senate too and kept the House cool. This might seem weird to you, but people can think Trump is a liar and a shitty president and also think Biden is a liar. Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's fair to assume that most politicians are shitty, cuz like you kind of have to be like a certain type of person to, I don't know, like, you know, make that much money and stay in power and all that, and you know what I mean? You gotta do dirty things to get to the top, and so what are we gonna do, guys? We're all screwed. And 6 of 9 justices, Supreme Court, so much fun coming. You have solutions, Anthony. How are you gonna get these solutions out? I have solutions. I'm your homegirl. I have solutions. Thanks for the obvious. It's just weird that when you say something I don't like, but Trump, you just talk about Biden instead of addressing the substance of my complaints. Hold on. So collusion, you said that Donald Trump's chief of staff, hold on, you said that Donald Trump's new chief of staff works for a company owned by the WEF. It says here that she's a partner at Ballard Partners, a lobbying firm. And it says here that Ballard Partners is not owned by the WEF. So feel free to tell me what am I missing? What am I missing here? 20 million illegals going away, energy freed completely, businesses unleashed because of regulations dropped. Well, let's see it happen, right? I don't know, like, we gotta, because, you know, politicians always promise things and then they never do anything, so we'll see. And Musk, etc., firing lefties in government. So cool. You are the best gifted sub ever, thank you. Who is Collusion? Biden delusion syndrome. Woo! Am I doing it right? You're drunk. It's my birthday. Yes, I'm faded, but real wreck real. Real recognize real. Hunniebee, looking for a YouTube video? Yeah, I'm looking for, what do you guys want to watch?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat.
This is a sick remix though. You have to admit.
They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
This is probably copyrighted by now. Alright. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up in the chat. Then I can pick a video. Hold on. Trump already... no happy birthday. Trump already stated he wants to impose 60% tax on imported goods from China and 20% from other foreign nations. Yeah, that's a good thing. It's a good thing for the US. And it's supposed to... He says he wants to bring manufacturing back to America. That's what he says. And then impose taxes on, you know, anyone importing, because that's supposed to how do you say, instigate more stuff being made at home. She is chair of Mercury LLC, which is owned by Omnicom. Mercury represents Pfizer, Gilead, am I saying that right? And the UN Foundation. But he mobilized the educated population who thinks those countries will pay for the tariff. He mobilized the uneducated population who thinks those countries. What do you mean by that? I have to get some sleep. Good night, Collision. Good night. And thank you for letting me know about the connection here. But it says that Omnicom is not owned by the WEF here. Omnicom is a publicly traded corporation listed on the New York Stock Exchange and is independent of the WEF. So I'm not sure where you heard that, but if you want, you can whisper me, send me any articles or whatever, because I'm always down to, you know, learn a thing or two, get to the truth, because yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can do your research, girl. Sorry, which mobilize? But I'm not sure what you mean by that. Let's pretend billionaires who agree with him know more than you. Okay. Rakan for Twitch. You're just like, Mom, Dad, stop fighting. Actually, Trump said he will tariff China 200%, which will bring manufacturing back to the States. I love when right-wingers flip their complaints about taxation to make it a good thing because their guy said it. When Trump mentioned tariffs, he said it as if it was a good thing. And I don't know, like, if it's gonna bring manufacturing to the States and out of China, I mean, I don't know, manufacturing in the States with equipment, and, you know, maybe Fuzzy didn't flip, maybe Fuzzy did some research and is actually correcting themselves. Do you ever think of that, Sticks? Manufacturing in the States with equipment and materials from where? Now you're just like, what do you mean from where? We will recreate it. You know, if there's no equipment and materials, that's even more jobs because we need to make the equipment and materials. No? You think we have all materials and resources in this country alone? Well, you have a lot. Whatever the final tariff numbers, the world will still fight to get their products here. They tend to need us 200%. It's probably too much, but we haven't even talked about the COVID virus payback we're gonna cause conflict. Where do you think the technology come from? We outsource our own design tech and pay people less. Do you consider America a third world country? Hello, Aramadsdemedianosh. I'm so sorry for the super late, like, I'm super delayed in the chat. I'm so sorry, guys. We have enough military tech to kill peaches. I don't like that. Are you? Let's be nice, guys. Let's be nice. Let's be nice in the chat, everyone, please. Actually, a lot of technological resources come from third world countries and China. Don't be dumb fuzzy, but yes, we are first world. Our businesses use them. The end. Let me know when any STEM degree from any China university is worth anything in America. Yes, and these resources are affected by tariffs if they are implemented. China's top electrical engineering university degree is worth less than an American community college EE degree. You really think America can't recreate factories? Hunniebee, no, Trump will do all these things. They were taken away because of the lefties' comical climate policies. It'll be done easily. Where are the factories located for Intel and AMD processors? What happens in California, Silicon Valley? As I said, they will still beg to have their products here. We don't need them. They need us to survive. You think prejudice and stereotyping is funny? Who's stereotyped, who prejudiced? I think you're low IQ. Do y'all not know how tariffs work? I think you don't understand economics. You sound like people who say Africa created everything, all food comes from Africa. Who says that? He mobilized the uneducated. What do you mean by that? Mobilize the uneducated. The leftist arguments remind me of BRICS, pretending that Russia, China, etc. are gonna overtake the USA financial world dominance, wishful thinking of the have-nots. What is this straw man? Who says this? Please research tariffs, y'all. Listen, as an American, but like Mugiana, where are you located? Because if you're located in the States, you shouldn't be afraid of tariffs. But if you're located somewhere else, then maybe you have a reason to be afraid of the tariffs. Listen, as an American and with an ancestry from the 1630s New World, you knowing where this country came from is horrid, but you do know we are the most powerful and what your ancestry sacrificed for you to be here. We live in a demoralizing society based of the coming of greed and faint anti-Semitism. It's sick, and 180 to where we were at in society 100 years ago. Does it make you feel mentally superior to say such things when you have 95% of inner city uneducated ghetto votes? Your arguments are weak as hell and comical, part of why your kind lost, laughably lost. You have no substantial argument. You love America's history, so awesome. You do. Are you being facetious? Voters with a lower educational background vote for Trump as a higher rate. So you're calling more than half of the country stupid? The argument is simple. Your brain-dead president of choice is on the way out, and his low IQ, cackling underling Kamala failed laughably, and now you're gonna whine for the next 20 years as you talk about how super-duper smart you are. All comedy. 95% of ghetto people vote Democrat. Once again, you have no argument. WEF doesn't own anyone. They're an organization that works alongside business. You could probably compare it to the same relationship between the Daily Wire and the Heritage Foundation. Also, using ghetto to refer to black people checks out your candidate of choice. I mean, you're calling half of the country idiots, so I don't really know. I don't really know what's that supposed to mean, but I don't know, like, well, I mean,
What you just watched cost a few $1 million. You heard that right. Kamala Harris's campaign allegedly spent over $1 billion.
Why did she pander so much to, I don't know, like a certain demographic? I guess. I don't know. You guys. Your candidate of choice is also racist, not surprising. I don't think Trump is actually racist. I think that you hear that and then you just believe it, but like, I don't think he's actually racist. Like, he's probably the regular old white man type of racist, but I don't think he's like a Hitler dictator like they always say. And you know, he actually used to help black community. He was a Democrat and he used to help black communities, and he did all kinds of stuff and charity work, and nobody ever talks about that. Everyone used to love him up until he decided to start running, like to run for president. Then all of a sudden, oh, he's a racist, he's this, he's that. So like, give me some proof of like him actually being racist. The most powerful, dominant, richest nation on earth, led by its always Christian president, Trump, is going to do so many huge things now with all branches on your side. My ancestry migrated from Lancashire, England, so I only know, apart from the Ducksworth, is an old Anglo-Saxon name, and after our failures we choose the new world. Well, Trump, about as Christian as my shoes are. Are you racistly now claiming ghettos are only full of black people? A man who essayed several women. Where's the proof that he essayed several women? That's another thing. You just hear somebody say that and then you just believe it. There's no proof, and I did the research several times. There's no proof that he essayed several women. Okay? Like, wake up and don't believe everything you hear and do your own research. Like, that is a flat out lie. I know that is what you are implying because I know how you people talk. Oh, you people. How you people talk. You know that people get fired. People on television networks get fired for using language like that. You people, not rocket science. Why are you telling me your family history? Haha, but FYI, my family came way back then too. People who randomly jump into their family lineage are usually cringe R-words, and they love to talk about it. You guys are so toxic. Oh my lord. Stop fighting in my chat. I just wanted to watch YouTube videos, and I have to like read this out. I'm just gonna let you guys argue. Because I can't bother to like read all this, you guys. Like it's draining, and it's not even conversation for me necessarily. It's mostly between you guys. So if you want me to see anything, you're gonna have to do the @Hunniebee, because. But feel free to argue amongst yourselves. feel free. Being liable for sexual assault against one person is not the same as sexual assault against multiple women. And it's lies like that that diminish what happened to what's her name? I don't even remember her name, because of all the lies that outweigh the actual incident. Stormy. Quenrich, thank you so much for the follow. So when the truth is that he's liable, which is not the same as being guilty, by the way, of assault. But like, I'm not trying to defend, I'm just being logical here. So there's one, he's liable. So like, who are all the other people? In the case involving E. Jean Carroll, the judge did not explicitly declare that Donald Trump met the legal definition of an R word. However, Judge Lewis Kaplan did clarify that while the jury did not find Trump guilty of R word under New York law, they did find he was liable for sexual abuse. The jury determined that Trump assaulted Carroll, which is a form of sexual abuse. And this was distinct from R as defined by law. Distinct from, does that mean different from? Despite this, the judge emphasized that the abuse amounted to R by broader societal definitions. So it sounds like using, I don't know, mental gymnastics to say that it was R word, but I don't know, like, yeah, I'm not defending that, but it's lies like he R-worded so many women. It's lies like that that diminish the true story. So you think you're doing something good for this woman by making up all these other lies that are gonna now people are gonna think that this is just one other lie because of all the other lies. So what's real and what's not real? There's too much, there's too many things being thrown around. CNN used to be great in ratings. Now they aren't even 1/3 what Fox is because they are so blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I just have, there's too many messages. I have to turn on slow mode. How do I do that? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. How do I turn on slow mode? Slow. Let's try 3 seconds and see if that's the minimum amount that I can do. All right. Oops, I didn't mean to click on anything. So annoying. Hello, Swenrich. Hello, and sorry for my super delayed chat. How you never read anything? I'm trying to read, Munga. I'm trying to read, and I'm trying to tell you that, do your research. Don't spread lies like said so many women when it's everybody knows there's one. He's liable for one. If you spread lies, people are going to think this is also a lie, okay? And that's the problem, and that's why you guys lost. Because you guys lie and you play dirty, okay? That's why. And if you think that nobody in the Democrat side ever did anything like this, you're naive. Don't you think? Not me calling him a Dem. Trump was a Democrat. And if you don't know that, then you don't know shit. That is exactly how you feel. I'm gonna be lagging tonight. Yes, I'm lagging, I think. We overcame CNN, etc. You haven't yet. When you think CNN is a bastion of leftist thinking, you're gone. Ah! You're so funny, Sticks. Do you think CNN isn't paid off? You think news outlets aren't paid off? You don't even watch CNN? Yeah, nobody watches CNN anyway. Too sad. Yes, there is. There are literal court documents. Yeah, for one person. Not for several. So, way to go. You're part of the problem. CNN used to be great. Okay, let me. It was multiple, blah, blah, blah. Laugh my ass off. Multiple? There's not multiple, like, what multiple? Where? Who? Give me names. People coming out just because people come out and say stuff doesn't make it true. Do you know that sometimes people are paid to do that, to make somebody look bad? How old are you, 12? People who trust courts should learn about Stambovsky v. Ackley. XNV, how's it going? You can do that once, but twice not. Straight to being a baddie. And the lady who accused this person of this accusation is a effing P word. Nightmare Wolf, how's it going? You'll be on for a bit, I hope. Yes, I'll be on. USA heard all this BS already. We laughed. The Democrats voted Trump. And yet, there's a thing called consent. If S were gonna consent to sexual acts, and it is SA. Just because they are thing doesn't mean... I agree, like, I agree with that, Munanga. Just because they are sex workers does not mean they can't be SA'd, of course. I agree with that. Liberal judge, liberal court, liberal jury for an old woman making up a case from ages ago. Lies. Lies. Okay. The prostitute is after money. How are you going to prove consent was not given? Do you have video evidence? Do you have Trump's thing? I'm ages behind. Sorry, guys. Someone obtained such video evidence. PP tape must be true. They made jokes on TV. What? If they were not aware it was going to happen, this is a terrible argument. It was a joke case no one wanted to take up until he ran, so they dredged up the BS from ages ago. USA said F you Dems and voted Trump in, thankfully. And thus a terrible claim. Hold on, wait. That's why you lost. True. USA finally sees through the media and judicial lies. Keep saying lies, but you are literally spreading misinformation. No, I'm not. I have the idiot blocked. Twitter has entire vids of lefties in media saying the exact same talking points on almost every news cycle. It's insane what they have become. She looks 12 from her profile. This woman you admire... Thanks for saying I look young. Remember when lefties all believed the Trump Russian P tapes? Wanna come to the Diddy party? No, we are not endorsing Diddy parties over here. We are not doing that. Do you think that is funny? I don't think it's funny. We are not endorsing Diddy parties over here. Okay, you'll shut up until Hunniebee catches up. Thanks, just some guy. Nightmare Wolf, thank you for the follow. Thank you, I appreciate it. I think it's funny to make jokes about man's involvement in sexual abuse. Weird. See, that's someone that you could say did abuse several women. So answer me this, Mugiana. Answer me this. If Beyonce knew about all this that was going on with Diddy, why did Kamala have her endorse them? And if Jennifer Lopez knew about all this stuff that was going on with Diddy, why did Kamala have Jennifer Lopez endorse her? Why does Kamala endorse this type of behavior? Answer, riddle me this, riddle me that, Mugiana. Riddle me that. Who else? Who else is involved? Leonardo DiCaprio was involved in this stuff. Ooh! And he endorsed Kamala. So why is Kamala endorsing this type of behavior? Cosmic, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? JD Vance does S with couches, haha. Oh no, just kidding. We lied and totally weren't stupid for believing it, so we just gonna keep telling jokes. I think it's funny the elite eludes you while diddling you. I hope you do not call yourself a Christian. They even edited Trump's words a few days. They always edit his words to make it sound like he was calling for the death of the Cheney girl. They are sick in the head. I'm atheist and Chinese, you moronic. Cosmic, thank you again so much for the Raid, how's everybody doing? Hello again, Senric. Because these are not facts, but if they were to come out and be perpetrators, then she probably wouldn't. I mean, there's so much evidence. There's way more evidence about Diddy than there's evidence on Trump doing things, like, to that many people. Like, do you know how many people came out against Diddy? Who else? Who else endorsed Kamala? That is has to do with Diddy. I don't know how to play. How's it going? Shadow hunts or space time for flower. How's it going? You thought that was a gotcha moment when you literally support a. He's not an R word. That's the problem. Like, that's not. He wasn't guilty of that. Like, he wasn't found guilty of that. So you can't call him that. That's again another. Technically, that's a lie. These are not facts, only facts if CNN says so. We form cosmic. Hello, hello. What were you streaming? Sorry, I want to give you a shout out. Oh. Not even the Cambodian thing. What? Why is my shout out not working? Why is my shout out not working? Hello? Did it not work? It's supposed to like show, it's supposed to show a clip of yours on the screen. But let's see. They were last, ooh, you were streaming politics? How was that? How did that go? Don't know if Cosmic Protocol is still able to write. He's overtired. Okay, no worries, Cosmic. Thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Everybody go check out Cosmic, who is also streaming politics. Obviously, not even the Cambodian thing helped. Doesn't get tired. Hunniebee doesn't get tired, not even sure if she sleeps. If Eminem writes a diss song about you, you know you're effed. Girl held a message. Sorry. He was found liable of SA. Hold on. He was found liable of SA. That's not the same as R-wording someone. Being responsible, being it's your fault that this person got. Something happened to this person. It's your fault doesn't mean that you necessarily are the one that did the act, because he was not found guilty. He was found liable. I'm not saying that's okay, but what I am saying is that when you lie, you make people not believe the truth, and then they say, well, everything's a lie, so you know what, economy's crap, I'm gonna turn the other way because you guys are just not spilling facts. People like facts, and you know, with the invention of the internet, people are gonna look for the truth, except some people don't, unfortunately. XNV, isn't that the S cult of Allison Mack from Smallville? What? Raffle, it is not a lie. E. Jean Carroll is the woman again, he was found liable for SA. He was not found guilty of that. So technically you're lying. Like use the technical terms. Okay, this is a political stream. We're going to use we're going to try our best, even though I have my opinions, but we're going to try our best to state the facts and not just call people things that they may not necessarily be, because you want to save those words for when a person is actually being said thing, so that people don't say, you're just saying that because everyone says that. You don't cry wolf, because you will regret it. And Shadow Hunters, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Even the leftist judge said he's not an R word and not technically a lie. It is a lie. Like, okay, you know, let's go. Since we're on this topic, this is my favorite guy, okay? To people on the left, this guy sounds like a right-wing whatever. But I'm pretty sure he's just a moderate centrist, and it's not about, it's about like the logic, the facts, using the proper language to describe what our elected officials are doing, have done. So let me see this one.
But do you have a legal right to a single-gender bathroom?
Sorry, no, that's not the right one. Which one was it? Oh, this one.
So 100%. What are the other things your other reasons for voting for Harris rather than him?
Probably the next on the list is his assault of E. Jean Carroll. That's pretty big. That's a pretty big deal. That's not a very forgivable act.
His what?
His assault on E. Jean Carroll. He was liable for defaming her for his sexual assault on her in a dressing room.
When did this occur? I'm not familiar with this. You have to catch me up on this.
I'm not very knowledgeable myself, but he was held criminally liable.
It's not a lie that he's held. It's not a lie that he's liable. It is a lie that he's guilty. That's a lie. There's a difference between liable and guilty.
For defaming her. So he was criminally liable.
So did he assault or did he defame?
For sexual assault.
When did he sexually assault her?
Oh, years ago, many years ago. I don't know. There's audio clip of him discussing the event, actually.
There is. So okay. Yeah. So is there any evidence of him sexually assaulting her? You said there's an audio clip of him discussing it.
Yeah, of him discussing the exchange he had with her.
And he says I sexually assaulted her.
Is that the grab her by the comment?
I mean, who says that? No. So he describes the event.
How did he describe the event?
I mean, this is something that is available. I would say.
When Rich helped Cosmic to get here, thank you, Rich.
Again,
I
I'm a
really
layman.
appreciate
I only
it.
know what I have heard.
So what is
the evidence?
They are diehard Trump supporters who can't stand to feel their hero is a bad person.
When he defamed her and denied.
So what you don't understand, Mugiana, is that J Bean, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. What you don't understand is that I hated Trump back in 2016. You probably in diapers still. I hated Trump back in 2016 when he was trying to run for president. And I'm like, what a freaking joke. America's such a joke. Like voting in a TV personality to be their president. What a joke and blah, blah, blah. And I believed all the lies about him too, right? And then, you know, time goes by and during the elections during 2020, I'm pretty sure I was hoping that like Biden would win. And then anyway, 4 years later, I live in Canada. So like after realizing that realizing that our government is extremely corrupt and does not want what's best for Canadians, and when and I could see that the Biden and Harris administration were very closely following what Canada was doing, and in my opinion just going down the wrong path, also a path of war and many other things. And as I saw how things were going, and then also like just doing my own research on politics, Canadian politics, American politics, and then realizing that a lot of the things we heard about Trump are not even true. A lot of the things. And understanding why they want so badly to trash this man, understanding why makes a lot more sense. Because he can't be controlled the same way like Biden. Biden was a puppet. Kamala was a puppet. He can't be controlled in the same way that those puppets can. And that's why they don't want him there. And I'm sure there's a lot of other, you know, nuances and reasons that, like, I'm still learning about. But, yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm, like, super delayed in the chat. So delayed. I'm so sorry. Am I gonna have to be one of those streamers who doesn't read the chat? Oh, I'm trying. Doge, you want this channel's brain rot? I think you have it. Hunniebee, do you know that Trump lied over 30,000 times? I don't even think that's possible to do. Like, I don't even think lying 30,000 times is even possible to do in a lifetime. Like, is that even possible? Moo, you're making yourself look very stupid. SA is not R in that case. What do you do for a living? You're a systems engineer? Alright, I'm just gonna have to go back. I just have to go to the bottom, guys. If you want, if there's something you want me to read, you're gonna have to keep, you know, don't spam, but, like, you know, you're gonna have to maybe add it again into the chat because I can't really keep up, you guys. I can't keep up. All lefty countries go left only after they import the third world. You're UNC now? What does UNC mean? Your research is heavily biased because it's biased because I live in a country that is actually ran by a dictator, okay? An actual tyrant. And I'm very happy for America. I feel like they're gonna be free from that BS. You're welcome. Moo needs a dictionary. Trying to read carefully to make sure I'm giving you accurate information. Someone at Twitch needs to invent even slower mode for Hunniebee. I can go even slower. That's thoughtful. In that case, I'll spoil it. There's no objective way to count lies. Murica, your line of thinking is so backwards. Well, you know what the good thing is that I'm allowed to have an opinion. That's the good part. And you know what? People like you don't want people like me to have an opinion. And guess what? People like Trump want people like me to have an opinion. And that's why he won. That's one of the many reasons why he won. I really don't understand how someone can be so confident with their words and be so wrong. LOL. I know, right? If only you did what CNN wants, you'd be so smart.
That he did that.
So what is the evidence that you have heard that has convinced you that he is guilty of this? Because surely you've heard evidence if you think
No, it's the judgment. It's just the judgment. The judgment that he has to pay, and that he had to pay again for the
Okay, so you think he's
defamation.
guilty because there was a judgment saying he was guilty, so you're saying he's guilty?
Yeah, that's my assessment. When someone is convicted of a crime, unless there is overwhelming evidence to the contrary, it's difficult not to believe.
Realistically, Trump being liable, guilty
innocent
of
until
SA
proven
is
guilty.
a drop
You go
in the
with unless
bucket.
there's
No, I do go with innocent until proven guilty. I go with innocent until proven guilty, but there was a guilty
insurrection,
verdict
forget
rendered.
about his
So
personal
guilty
life. Fine,
until
whatever.
guilty.
The
There was
rest
a
are
guilty
kind of deal breakers.
verdict rendered that Trump sexually assaulted someone.
No, that he was criminally.
So he was.
That's no, that's definitely a good point to bring up. And I remember when the insurrection thing happened, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, shit's going crazy. I'm not for what happened there. Listen, guys, okay, bye, Mungia. Anyways, feels like talking to a brick wall. Well, why'd you come here? Y'all are exactly who Trump wanted on his side because you do not question any of his faults. We do, but, like, we also question when people lie. And it just, like, the Democrats lost the people's trust because they lied, they played dirty. Like, that's what's gonna happen. Realistically, Trump being liable, guilty of SA drop in the bucket. How about the fake slates of electorals? Fake slates. Fake Slates of electorates. Trump. The term fake electors refers to a scheme in which individuals were allegedly encouraged to submit fraudulent electoral votes in support of Donald Trump after the 2020 U.S. presidential election. These fake slates of electors aim to overturn legitimate results and change the outcome of the election. This tactic is part of ongoing investigations into Trump's role in trying to subvert the election process. Several states and individuals are involved in legal challenges related to these actions. Yeah, like I said, I was not okay with what happened in 2020. But it's like, I was gonna say, I love a good conspiracy, and I'm starting to wonder if it was stolen. Just wondering. No one denies that he did this. It's a fact. Well, it's under investigation, so it's still not technically a fact. So, again, let's use language that's correct. It's an ongoing investigation, so it looks like there were fraudulent stuff. Whether or not Trump's role in it, that is still under investigation. So don't go around saying it is fact that he did this. Because remember, they really want him out of there, and they're gonna I mean, people tried to assassinate the guy. You know, like, that's how badly they want this guy out of there. And to me, that says like, because at the end of the day, people who are willing to go that far, they're the evil ones. And evil people don't care about what the people of the country want. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's doing evil things, but they're doing evil things too. It's a different kind of evil. Like, somebody died at this rally, right? I don't know. The insurrection, I don't agree with. People died there too, right? The thing is, here's what it is. You want to know what it is? I don't know how to play. You want to know what it was? When Trump was interviewed, was it this?
I want to get to another voter. Caitlin Boissonneau is a student here at St. Anselm.
Was it this?
Answer.
I have a very good relationship with President Zelensky. Next door to that land, a nicer way. And I will have that war in one day, 24 hours. I was, by the way, just a waste of time and money.
You were impeached over that.
So I happen to like, yeah, that's right. And I was totally
Where
exonerated.
did she ask?
Putin knew.
What did she ask?
Do you support this decision?
Question is, would you give Ukraine weapons
I was
and funding?
impeached by a crazy woman named Nancy Pelosi.
But the question
who said
here
the
is,
things.
would you give Ukraine weapons and funding if you were
I would
elected?
sit down. Let me just put it a nicer way.
That war in one day.
And they both.
Ukraine to win.
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled so we stop killing all these people and breaking down this country. Now,
She asked him again, who do you want to win? Who do you want to win?
Just follow up on that because that's a really important
Excuse me,
statement
let me
that
just
you just
follow
made
up.
there. Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying.
This is the moment that I became a Trump fan. Meaning that, and when I say a Trump fan, meaning that I started to see him in a different way. And also, Dude Love, thank you so much for the follow. Now, when he said this, I want everybody to stop dying.
To stop.
To win this war. There. Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this?
And he's frustrated because she's like, Ukraine or Russia, Ukraine or Russia. It's always about picking sides with these people. It's always about picking sides. And the thing is, Trump is not about picking sides, in my opinion. He's not about picking sides. He used to be a Democrat. He's a Republican because that's the only way he was able to run as president. Anyway, I think this was the moment that he started to turn heads. Like you know what? Maybe it's time to have president as Donald Trump as president again. I don't know. I'm not even an American, but this is when
I want everybody to stop dying.
Like I don't know, like this
Russians
really
and Ukrainians.
made
I
a
want them to
difference.
stop dying.
And I wonder how much of a difference it made to
I'll
other
have
people.
that
I don't
done.
know.
I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it.
A lot of people don't like war, you know? A lot of people don't like war. And I think it showed. Live in a red state? It is fact, but apparently people don't care or are... Well... Let me see something. People don't care, though. Like, people don't care about what happened 4 years ago. Like, when they can't afford food, when they can't afford to, you know, go to work and because the gas is too high, or they can't afford to, or like they're paying like way more into interest rates instead of into their mortgage and all that kind of shit. They don't care what the hell happened 4 years ago. They care who is gonna change my life right now because I have a fucking family to feed. That's what's happening here. So like, you can say January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, January 6th, all you want. You can say it all you want. But it's the unfortunate truth is that, you know, people aren't going to think about that and say, oh, yeah, that was pretty bad. January 6th was bad, but you know what's also bad is, like, continuing war. That's also pretty bad. Like, that's a lot of lives. A lot of lives. A lot of lives. So, like, you know, what do you do? Neither side in that war will win. It has to just be stopped. And that's what Trump wants to do. He just wants to stop it. At least, you know, that's what he says. Russia isn't going to take it all, and Ukraine will have to lose land. The end, no winners, just stop the killing. Deliberate false dichotomy constructed by warmongers. Oh, hi, Stuzy. Oh, well, there were a lot of blue state residents who voted for Trump too. Yeah. You've known Trump since the 80s. You grew up in New York. New Jersey, Trump's only side is his own. You know what? The thing I think about Trump is that when he says that he loves America and that he wants what's best for America, he sounds genuine. Like, I believe him when he says that. I think majority of people believe him when he says that. And do you want to know why they believe him? Because Donald Trump is the type of person who has a lot of pride, right? He's a prideful man. And wouldn't a prideful man want to live in a nice, safe country that doesn't have a lot of homelessness and all that kind of stuff? Like, this is the kind of stuff he talks about. He doesn't want homelessness, and he wants people to be able to have the nice, you know, American dream type of life, because he wants to have pride in his country. A lot of leaders have no pride. They don't give a shit if people are homeless, or if, you know, if people are struggling. They don't give a shit. They have no pride in their country. They only care about, you know, their own pockets. Kamala said she wants to continue the attack on Palestine. Did she actually say that? Here, look. I'm gonna debunk for this side too. See? I'm gonna debunk for the other side too. Okay, guys? Did... that also switched a lot of people to vote Trump, but or a lot of people didn't vote at all, because the people who really don't want to vote Trump, but then also didn't want to vote Kamala because of these reasons, like they just didn't vote. They don't understand how tariffs work either. I'm not sure who doesn't understand how tariffs work. Known him or known of him? Known of him, he was a very public figure in New York in the 80s. Yeah, and he, let me just check something here real quick. I don't know if this is the... When was... Not sure where... Was it this? Was it this one? No.
How I truly felt was...
That's not the video. That's not the video. She said both actually. In Jewish areas of PA, she ran pro-Israel ads that way, and in majority Muslim areas, she ran pro-Palestine ads. Even the left mocked her for this, one of the few things they were honest about. She tripping? Yeah, Hassan was mad about her mixed messages on Israel-Palestine. I heard Hassan voted for Trump. Notice how the people wailing about J6 avoid talking about the George Floyd and Jacob Blake protests. They also avoid talking about the assassination attempts on Trump. Like, what if we held that over their heads all the time? Hunniebee, then why does he kiss Putin's ass so much? He doesn't, just because he's friendly with Putin doesn't mean he's kissing his ass. What's like an example of him kissing his ass? Putin is scared of him? That's funny. No, he's not. Trump is at like 76 million votes, record for, you know, they probably like go golfing together and shit. I don't think one necessarily is afraid of the other. I think they're both, you know, rich and powerful. And in my opinion, if my president is friends with my country's adversary's president, I prefer that than if they're not friends, because then that's, you know, then that's not exactly safe. But if they're friends, then I don't have to worry about, like, you know, war and getting nuked and stuff. So I don't like the argument that, oh, they're friends or whatever is, yeah, I would rather that than they were not friends and be potentially in the line of fire. Like, hello, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Hello, there's a reason they say stuff like that. I mean, in cases of war and, like, you know, when you own or not own, when you're in charge of a country, like you need to, you know, you need to be mature in those ways, even if they're not really your friend. You know, play the game. If you want to live the communist life, go ahead. Let me explain. Trump in a nutshell. 2012 Correspondents' Dinner. Obama made fun of Trump, so Trump ran. You know, I watched that, and that was totally lighthearted fun, and I don't think that Trump was actually upset at the roast, because it looked like Trump was enjoying himself personally. And what did he do? He spent his first term trying to undo anything Obama did. That's how petty Trump is. He'll go to great lengths to say F you to someone. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying the Dems are perfect. Far from it. They're, in my opinion, they're worse than Trump trying to get revenge for having been blocked on Twitter is gonna benefit the rest of us. He's got a vendetta against censorship because he was censored himself. You know, people were censored during COVID. Things were censored. You know, on YouTube, people's videos get taken down even if they're just making videos about history. But if they're a little too honest about the true history, oh, your video needs to be taken down. All of a sudden, like, it's like there's no freedom of information. You know? So let's see what he does with that, if he actually goes forward with it. Though I like your anti-communist views, FYI Russia threw out communist power. It's now a very minority party. Putin is a Christian, by the way. Personally, I think that the left hates Russia because he overthrew communism's stranglehold on power. Yes, that'd be like saying he kisses North Korea leader, but not the same. It's good to be friendly to get people to change. Hunniebee, I'll talk about the Trump assassination attempt all you want. It was done by a nutjob Republican. Yeah, but like, why was a nutjob Republican? Just because he was registered as Republican doesn't mean he was a Republican. But no, wasn't he registered as a Democrat? Matthew Crooks was a registered Dem or Republican? Okay, yeah, he was a registered Republican. However, he also made a donation to the Democratic Party aligned PAC Act Blue on the day of President Biden's inauguration in 2021, which further complicates understanding of his political affiliations. When did he register as a Republican? Not a Republican, and there were two, by the way. Actually, both were registered Republicans. It only took one day before they were blaming Trump for the assassination. When was Biden's inauguration? Look past the surface, sir. Neither were real Republicans. Duped by people like the Cheneys and other warmongers the Democrats adopted, no doubt. You show a lack of understanding of the First Amendment. Freedom of speech only applies to the government insofar as they can't arrest you for what you say. It does not shield you from consequences. That's not what I'm saying. If you get kicked off a platform... No. People are getting kicked off not even for hateful rhetoric. People are getting kicked off even for just like... people not kicked off, okay? Content is being removed. And it's not even political. Like, for example,
Hey guys.
Okay, so like this guy does videos on ancient Indonesian and Indian temples, and it's very, very interesting. Like, his videos are so interesting, and he was having an issue with YouTube taking down his content. And I'm trying to find the video that he posted about it. And it's like that is what Trump wants to protect. There should be no reason for you to just take down your video, and like there's you didn't break any of the rules. Why can they just decide just to take down your video? Like, that's not cool. He wants to make it so that YouTube needs to get a court order in order to take down your content. Now, of course, this doesn't apply to, you obviously cannot post anything that goes against the terms of service when you upload to a place like YouTube. But they are taking stuff down beyond terms of service, stuff that is perfectly let's see what he has to say.
Hey guys, we are at an ancient Indian temple. There are many amazing carvings, but the specialty is this god called Narasimha. But I cannot show you this carving because it's too violent for YouTube's policies. And I also cannot show you these carvings or these carvings. And I cannot even show the Hindu temple tower because ancient Indians were not fully clothed at that time.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Not showing, that's fine.
The adult content policy of YouTube. This is going to be the future of YouTube.
Not anymore, because Trump got voted in, and hopefully he keeps his word and
and I think
changes
YouTube is planning to delete my channel very soon. I'll show you my dashboard. Out of the last 4 videos, you can see that these 2 videos are demonetized. But on top, you can see that this video is deleted because of copyright violation. Now, the video that I have used from someone is how long? 3 seconds. That's right. YouTube has
anyway, he goes into a lot of detail of how
are fighting.
Like they're taking down stuff that doesn't even make sense. Why? It's like history. This is history stuff, and I don't know. So that's one example of how free speech is being stifled and not free. How long was Trump a registered Democrat for again? Let's see. Biden's inauguration took place on January 20th, 2021. Okay, so what was it? How long was Trump a Democrat? Oh my gosh, it's 4 a.m. What the hell? You were talking about Trump in Hunniebee. I was only talking about Trump in the statement. Does not shield you from consequences if you get kicked off. So wait, why was he kicked off? What was the hateful rhetoric that he got kicked off for? That's not them taking away your rights to free speech. That's them thinking you're an a-hole and showing you the door. No, that is taking away your right to free speech. Because guess what? You're allowed to be an a-hole. That's the whole point of the First Amendment, is that you're allowed to say a-hole-ish things and it not be. It's like, I don't know. What do you guys think? What did he say to get banned? Hold on. Democrat registration 1987 to 2009. So he was a Democrat from 1987 to 2009. How many years is that? Next we have what? Why did Trump get banned from Twitter? Party affiliation in the USA means little these days. Elon Musk and JFK Jr. are still registered Democrats. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm surprised that you even have to register as one side or the other. I think that's stupid. I think that you should just decide each time you have to vote. Like, to register? Why? That's dumb. How, like, to register specifically, like, you know, one side or the other. How long was Trump registered Democrat? So, that's like over 10, that's like well over 10 years. Oh, he was banned? Oh, he was banned because of the storming of the so it wasn't for something he said? Following the storming of the U.S. Capitol by his supporters on January 6th, Twitter cited concerns that Trump's tweets... What were the tweets? People were kicked off Facebook. Whether or not that was censoring him, I still think he has I think he still feels a certain way about it. You know what I mean? People were kicked off Facebook, etc. for talking. Yeah, people were kicked off. Like during COVID, you couldn't talk about anything. Like even now, you try to leave a comment on a YouTube channel and it's fucking gone. Like YouTube comments don't even stay anymore. It's like, I don't know, it's very weird. It's just annoying. Commies. YouTube isn't the government. Is X the government? Well, I guess it's gonna be now. It's not that simple. See, for example, Bantam Books versus Sullivan? What is that? It came out that X Twitter was pressured by a government agency to suppress the Hunter laptop story. Guys, I'm so delayed in the chat again. Oh my lord, here we go. Yeah, YouTube actually was allowed to exempt from many kinds of lawsuits for freedom of speech reasons over the years. Honeybee, if you walk into my house and talk about something I don't like, I could throw you out. Yeah, but that's your house. That's like your house though. X and YouTube is not a house. Just throwing you out the door. Yeah, but I can still yell from the sidewalk. I can still yell into your house and you can still hear me. Trump wasn't allowed to yell nobody could hear him. At least not from that platform. You don't have to host what you say if you don't want to. That's the free market. Still, what I'm trying to say, whether it was right or not, he feels a certain way about it. That's what I'm trying to convey. Government was involved in pressuring private companies to censor users, 100%. But in the end, the idiotic companies agreed without a fight because in Canada, it was really bad. What did they freaking do? In Canada, it was like news outlets couldn't... Well, news outlets had to pay to be on Facebook or something, so... we were gonna have like basically less access to news because of the stupid new rules that they were putting in. I don't even remember. It was like happened a while ago, and just a lot of nonsense. X, who was run by a Dem, took the Hunter Biden laptop down because it showed the truth that the election Biden won was rigged. Oh shit. You think so? But that's not censorship. That's a private... I don't care. The point is... I don't care. I don't care. The point is he felt a certain way about it. Oh, Lord. Again, not that simple. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just waiting for Biden to pardon his son, then give Kamala power so he can be pardoned himself. Trump team will go after them all. Trump banning Biden... Trump being banned was comical. He did nothing wrong at all. More of the insurrection lies that thankfully... Like, the way he spoke, in my opinion, yeah, kind of incited an uprising. But you could also argue that what he said is not technically inciting. I remember there was a lot of talk on whether or not what he said in his speech or whatever was inciting insurrection or not. And I still don't even know, like... what the outcome of that really is or was. Yes, Hunniebee, this is communist BS, not American free speech. Censorship is from the government. A private company can do whatever the hell they want. Yeah, but was it a private company? False. Private companies can't do whatever they want. Haha. How ignorant, seriously. Most certainly is. Certainly false, yes. Companies get sued all the time for singling people out that way. YouTube has specific government exemptions. Trump administration talks about free speech that wants anti-Semitism laws, which makes him look stupid. Trump administration talks about free speech that wants anti-Semitism laws. What do you mean by that? Shant, how's it going? Welcome, and what do you mean by that? Then, Trump administration talks about free speech, then wants anti-Semitism laws. Right. Well, here's the thing. It's like, okay, so what are the laws? Like, what specifically do the laws entail? Because if those laws entail, like, you can't be violent towards these people, then okay, I mean, you shouldn't be violent towards anyone, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. Can you read what I said about the Hunter Biden laptop thing? X, who was run by a Dem, took the Hunter Biden laptop down because it showed the truth that the election Biden won was rigged. So how do we prove that? I feel like maybe because there's 20 million votes. It's like there's a graph. I wish I could find it. I'm gonna draw it for you guys. How do I draw? Let me get paint. Or maybe I'm just gonna try and look for it. But it might take me a while. I don't know how to look for graphs and statistics properly. Let me see, maybe I'm just gonna go to every page and see what I can find. I just want a graph. Give me a graph. No. Not a graph. How do I get a graph? Okay, so maybe this kind of shows it. Not really in the way that I wanted to. It's not the type of graph that I wanted, but it kind of shows. It kind of shows. Okay, so hold on. Oh, this is popular vote? That's popular vote. See, now I'm getting confused. Popular vote versus what's a regular vote? What's the regular vote? Basically, there's 20 million extra votes. Sorry, I'm not gonna use the word extra. There's 20 million votes. Let's see if this graph shows. Okay, so like, where did the 20 million extra votes come from in 2020, you know? I don't know, like, but I'm starting to wonder. But let's not do that. We're getting into conspiracy territory. Platform is the same. Okay, only doing that to set the universities, etc., up for serious economic sanctions because they are anti-free conservative speech. I'm glad he's gonna rip them up financially. No, Hunniebee, he literally told them to go peacefully over and over. It could be, Yeah, he did. But he said something. He said something and then he was like, go home. It could be done anywhere. It makes you look dumb. What is it? Many differences, including the fact that government was involved. I just told you what the motive is. If you want to call it dumb, go for it. We're glad having all power to step on them now. You can't be pro free speech on one hand and then does the opposite look stupid. What do you mean? It has to do with speech, not violence. Glad Trump will step on leftist universities and their woke speech police. Violence is already banned. Hunniebee, Hunter Biden's laptop thing was a very long time before 2020. They have nothing to do with each other. Well, I could say the same thing about the insurrection. It has nothing to do with the other. But people always bring it up. Free speech issue. Just make yourself look dumb. Free speech till it's your side. Got it, huh? Also, on FBI issue, people crying at FBI because so many jobs gonna go bye-bye. It happened in 2020. Glad Trump won and USA voted him in to do things like step on leftist propagandists in colleges. I really care so little about what Hunter Biden did or did not do. Hunter Biden wasn't the one running for president. Hey, at least Trump has to bring it to Supreme Court so he can look dumb there as well. So many things about to happen at once. Illegals, left university, FBI, education, energy. The left heads are gonna go crazy. It was on his laptop. The election was rigged. What was on Hunter Biden's laptop? Immediate family of president whose work involved his father and who would be present in the White House is relevant. In my opinion, oh man. Yeah, he shouldn't have been involved with anything to do with his dad if that's the case. Like, just more people voted than in 2020. No, they're saying there's 20 million more people that voted in 2020, supposedly. Like 20 million more than in 2016 and 20 million more in 2024. Which is like, okay, was there 20 million more voters or was there 20 million more votes? Extra. I'm starting to wonder. Allegedly in game. Everything's a conspiracy. 2020 votes, fake COVID, no ID votes. Popular vote is the total number of votes. Like how do you get 20 million more people to vote during a pandemic? Like when like you can't even go anywhere. So how do you get 20 million? Okay, you could say it's the mail-in, sure, but like 20 million people went out of their way to mail a vote more than the previous year and more than this year. It's fishy. It's fishy. Oftentimes when Republicans get elected, they win the Electoral College, but not the popular vote. This election, Trump won both. Yes. Biden was VP when he stole classified documents and stuffed them in his garage. VPs are not allowed to have such files, unlike President Biden's Justice Department let him go, but went after Trump. The hypocrisy of the left is hilarious. So glad he won. Hey, at least Trump has to bring anti-Semitism laws to the Supreme Court so he can look dumb there as well. Hunter Biden's laptop, which became a focal point of political controversy in the 2020 U.S. presidential election, contained a variety of materials including emails, text messages, photographs, and financial documents. The laptop's contents include personal communications, such as texts with family members, photos from his personal life, and business dealings, especially those involving international companies like the Chinese energy firm CEFC. It also contained recovered images of Hunter Biden using substances like vape pens, as well as communications about payments and business ventures. Of particular interest to some critics were the details of Hunter's involvement with foreign business dealings, including payments from CEFC, as well as personal struggles related to substance abuse. There were also messages between Hunter and his father, Joe Biden, discussing personal matters. However, there's no direct evidence from the laptop that suggests illegal activity by Joe Biden, despite various claims of impropriety or corruption. The story surrounding the laptop has sparked debates about media censorship, political influence, and the ethics of its reporting. Okay, so Nightwolf, I want to know, like, where's the evidence? Give me the evidence. How do I find it? And as he was asked for them, Biden gave them all over. Trump lied repeatedly about having his classified docs, and they had to get a search warrant to get them. FBI lied about the laptop before 2020 to help Biden win, but I'm glad Trump lost. It made Trump way more to the right, and now awesome things are about to happen. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing that Trump didn't win in 2020. I don't know. Yeah, probably. I don't know. That's 20 million illegal votes. First off, it was illegal for Biden to take them, and you are wrong. Trump had them, and the U.S. told Trump to secure them better. Then they entered his home. They told him to secure them better to make him look bad when they come and look for them? Is that why they were in the bathroom? Is that the same event? I'm assuming that's the same event. Election turnout varies pretty wildly. Yeah. Point made, it was rigged. With authorization for lethal force? What do you mean? Thank God we once heard the enemy is going to run 2 months. It is 100% illegal for him to have had the documents. VPs are not allowed to have them at all. He stole them for a book he had written. The evidence was there and destroyed by Biden to hide it. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to research that on Tuesday, guys, because I have to go to sleep. It's 4:30 in the morning for me. But I appreciate the chats, and I appreciate listening to both sides. I'm sorry for those who get upset with me, but you know, we each have our opinions, and that's perfectly fine. We just need to learn to agree to disagree, and just know that nobody's perfect, and we gotta question everything. Don't believe everything you hear. And yeah. There were 3 requests for docs from Trump. He said he had given everything back. He hadn't. They had to get a search warrant to go get them, versus they asked Biden once. He immediately complied. I caught up! I know, I freaking caught up. Haha, perfect. Hunniebee, debating is fun. You're not heated at all. It was a spirited conversation. Love that. I'm upset you didn't look up. Stop. Sorry. I will look it up. My last lookup, okay? My last lookup. Guess who farted? This guy. Hi, how's it going? But we can agree that your PM is the son of Castro. Yeah, I'm gonna say allegedly in-game that allegedly in game, I really think that's true. Look at him. He is the spitting image of Castro in his late 20s. There's like a meme. Castro and Trudeau. I always spell his name wrong. This can you guys see the image? Hold on, how do I this is my favorite. This is my favorite postcard to send to everyone. Should send this postcard to their dad on Father's Day. Honeybee, I'll be back. I have to go sleep. I have to go sleep. You know what? You know what? I don't know. I'm sorry if I got a little heated. I apologize. Because I remember I kind of yelled at you about the censorship thing. So I will apologize for that. Okay, sorry. Stambovsky versus Ackley. Stambovsky. Oh, excuse me. I know you kept saying it, but I was like, I don't know what that is, and I'm just gonna let it go past because I don't know. Sometimes my brain just like dismisses things. I apologize, XMV. That sounds like a chess match. Haha. She's a two-finger typist. Yeah, me? Yeah, a little bit. I have to look. If I don't look, I'm gonna type wrong. And I have to look, and not only that, my keyboard I always fud my WASD is fucked, so like I always I can't type, man. I'm always typos or typing shit wrong because I can't see. I have to see where the letters are, and I can't really see them. But anyways, that's off topic. And we all know his mother was a swinger. I'm not 100% sure, like, about that. I just feel like the likelihood that, you know, she was with Castro, I don't see why, you know. They spent time together, so. And he looks like him. And there's, you know, there's other reasons to believe that. Court case for the person who wanted us to believe court documents. Stambovsky versus Ackley is a notable legal case in New York involving the doctrine of caveat emptor, buyer beware. The case revolved around the sale of a house that the seller, Helen Ackley, had failed to disclose to the buyer, Richard Stambovsky, that the house was reputed to be haunted. In 1991, the New York Appellate Division ruled that the buyer could cancel the contract due to the house's haunting, despite the fact that there were no physical defects or other traditional issues with the house. The court held that the seller had an obligation to disclose the house's psychic status, as it was a unique circumstance that materially affected the value of the property. In the case, Ackley had previously publicized the haunting, even writing about it in magazines and promoting it as a tourist attraction, which meant that the haunting was not a trivial or subjective matter, but an element influencing the property's marketability. Okay. The court concluded that the doctor... Well, okay, so... You know what this tells me? Was not absolute, especially when the seller's actions had created a situation where the buyer could not be expected to learn about such a significant aspect of the property. This ruling is often cited as a unique and quirky case where the supernatural was treated as a material factor in property. So there was no evidence to say that the place was haunted. My guess is that if it was marketed as a haunted house, hold on, when was it? Ackley had previously publicized the haunting, even writing about it in magazines and promoting it. So that right there, the fact that she promoted this house as a haunted house in the past, that could hurt the new buyer's future chance of selling the house, because people might look it up and see, oh, it used to be haunted, or it used to be a haunted attraction. Well, I don't think I want to buy it. But wouldn't this buyer want to do the same research? And it's saying here that the buyer wouldn't have known. So it was previously publicized as being haunted, but then when she sold it, she did not tell the guy about the haunting, or that it was previously marketed as a haunted house. So, like, to me, it's not to say that they believed that the house was haunted and that, you know, that they had to tell the guy. I think it was more like, it's going to be hard for him to resell. If he ever wants to sell in the future, it's going to be hard for him because, you know, of its history. Whether or not it's actually haunted doesn't really matter. It's the fact that that's attached to the home. Correct? Yeah? What do you guys think? The keyboard is just funny. Oh, pleasure meeting you too. It was a pleasure meeting you. I hope to catch your stream another time and we can continue this at a more reasonable hour. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I don't know. I do need a new keyboard. Does a Canadian keyboard have a sorry button? No. As much as I want to say yes, it has one, it doesn't. The punchline is just that they ruled, as a matter of law, the house is haunted. That's so funny. That's so interesting. Also, that means that there might be unwanted people coming over to the house, harassing potential future owners, which would lower... Oh, that's true too. Maybe people want to try and come see the house. Even from the outside, it would be annoying just to have people like come and take pictures of your house, right? So that's a good point too. All right, guys, we finally made it. We made it. It is 4:42 a.m. We are gonna go to sleep. Let me just check really quickly if who's live. Aw, thank you for the follow. I don't know. I appreciate it. Yes. All right. So, what's this? Let's see. Are there any other There's nobody like. I feel like the political category it's still growing, I think. Do I have yeah, let me type in socials. I used to have an Instagram, but I got rid of it, so that's pretty much like the only thing I don't have. It's my Twitter, yeah. All right, let's see what this guy's talking about. 24/7 live broadcast. It's a replay, so I don't think this is live. You guys might enjoy this chat. You guys might enjoy. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. I'm worried about who to raid. One other thing is that a notable thing like the house being haunted is something that should have been on the disclosure statement when selling the house. That's just basic real estate law. Yeah, I think so. Like, even not even just haunted, but like this house was marketed as haunted. Like, I think they should at least know that much. Now, whether or not it's actually haunted, well, you know, if the person who lived there and who marketed it as haunted genuinely believes it is haunted, then yeah, put that down too. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Dang it, I can't find like anyone speaking English. Ah, guess who farted? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Much appreciated. Hello. Hello. Ooh, what's this? Ooh. Wait. Okay.
Daughter Denise Maloney Pictou's December 12th, 2020 renewed accusations.
Shoot. Sorry, guys. Let me put some like music on while I friggin' do this. Why is this always so difficult? Here's some. Here, I want some Sonic and Chill instead. Some nice chill vibes. Alright, let's just go ahead and raid this person. I think they might be, the title says Indigenous History Month, so not sure what the chat is about. Well, I'm sure it's about stuff like that, but yes. Alright, the raid has been created, and yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for challenging me, and even though I'm, you know, might be biased in some ways, but you know, we all are. We all have our opinions. But yeah. What do I want to say? I wanted to say thank you so much again to Task Force Dagger, who gifted 15 freaking gift subs today. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Task Force. Marcus Daly, thank you so much for the biddies earlier. I really appreciate that. And guys, make sure you go follow Marcus Daly. He also talks politics on the stream.
This is how it is. He's like, oh my god, there's a fire! Oh, there's a firework!
Well, and sometimes he's just silly. Every time it's a Marcus Daly highlight, he's always doing something outrageous.
What am I gonna do? Oh
don't know. Fuck.
Who? There was someone else. Cosmic Protocol Band, who I wanted to highlight as well. Oh shit, did we rate already? I think we rated already. Did we rate already? Did we rate already? Okay, bye guys!